Oh, I didn't mute my mic. Okay. I was like trying to find my OBS. I was like, I gotta unmute. Okay, so Matt, Matt, you haven't met Barley before, and Barley, you haven't met Matt. So Matt lives where I do. Barley, he's one of my pals, and he is in a band, and they're about to start touring. Hopefully. I owe you guys some beans and shit already. I know. But yeah, Matt, Barley is like one of my best buds that I've thankfully met through Twitch, and he does lots of stuff. He does YouTube, he does music, he does streaming. He's awesome. But yeah. Let's go into this, I think. Oh no, did I wait? Did I unmute the TV? When did I unmute the TV? Was the TV playing the whole time? I couldn't even hear it. Shit, I hope that... Nah, it was? What the fuck? It was like unmuted as I switched scenes. Okay, well, whatever. Hopefully audio on this is gonna be fine. Half-Life's audio is... Alright, so if you haven't played this game before, hitting anything with the crowbar is like plus 500 decibels. What's up, guys? How you doing? You can see my hair is not dry yet. I got up from my couch, looked at my phone, saw it was 9 p.m. I went, oops. And I guess I'm gonna tell everyone that I'm gonna start here soon. So I showered and just went right in. We're gonna play Ontario and Barley is opening. That would be such a fucking cool show, dude. That would be so sick. How you guys doing tonight? Nice agua ball, yeah. I wonder who bought it for me. Probably just some guy. Yeah, Matt, I plan on it. I mean, obviously with the corona stuff, it's hard, but... Oh, wait, I don't know, I've been kind of keeping it secret. I've said too much. Alright, random one. Tutti Frutti or Stinky Socks? Stinky Socks is actually bad. Okay, that proves that I have never had Tutti Frutti, because that tastes like fucking bubblegum. I've never had that. That's really good. Thank you for the bean. I wish I was in Canada. Me too. Me too, man. Barley will make us pancakes, dude. Alright, so I actually just replayed through this game recently, so I'm pretty back and familiar with it. I mean, I already was, but... Oh yeah, the training room. Medium. Alright, we'll see how audio is. I didn't test it at all.
Good morning, and welcome to the Black Mesa Transit System.
It's kind of loud.
For the security
I'll listen to Barley's take on it, though.
Black Mesa Research Facility personnel.
Look at that man!
The time is 8:47 a.m. Current topside temperature is...
No, everyone should check out Matt's band and Barley's music. They're both on Spotify. Wait for gunfire. Yeah, I'm gonna turn it down a little bit just because I'm already ready for that. So sound effects are way down. MP3 and HEV. Well, we'll see how the gunfire sounds. Yeah, Matt's music is like a lot more punky, but it's good. And it's really weird, like whenever you know the people that make music, you know, you're always gonna have a different like view on it because you hear their voice and you go, hey, that's my friend. Oh no, dude, oh god, his little robot arm. They're everywhere, dude. I can't escape them. All Canadians type 1? Mui, are you Canadian? Dude, I have so many Canadians in my chat. If everyone actually typed 1, you would see how many there are. Like half of my mods are Canadian. I just wish I was Canadian. I'm from BC? Oh shit. It's so funny because like 2 years ago I would have been like, what's BC? But now I know like every place in Canada and where it actually is.
No smoking, eating, or drinking are permitted within the Black Mesa Transit System.
Gabe Newell?
Please keep your limbs inside the train at all times.
So this is every day that these people go to work, they have to ride this. Fucking 4, 6, 8 people at a time. I guess people can stand, but
Passengers are to
yo,
remain
Purce, where are you at? Illinois, Midwest. Look at those guys running.
Disabled personnel should be
Hi.
evacuated first. Please stay
Newfies, all Newfies.
and proceed to an
Yeah, we
emergency
got
station
people all around
until
Canada.
assistance
Marcus is Canadian as well. Maritimers. Yeah, I don't know a maritimer. No one's ever said that before. Rick asked if Alberta was a country. Ah, Rick. Corn, Illinois, yeah. Yeah, Half-Life's got a long intro, but it's iconic. I wouldn't ask for anything else. A fellow Midwesterner. Do you live in the Midwest as well, I know? I feel like these doors are way too, like, complex. Gordon Freeman. I always forget he's fucking 27 in this game.
1900 hours in the level 3 facility. The
Temperature is... Yeah, dude, Gordon is 27? What the fuck? Let me in! Everybody's just trying to get into a door in the intro. Why is that? Why are they all locked out? Nothing's even happened yet.
Immediate openings are available in the areas of...
Would this be the same in this game? Bind, in-wheel down. Can I use my portal shit? It's doing something. And now that I've been playing Portal with these commands, I like have to have mouse wheel as jump. I'm so used to it. Bind up mouse wheel jump Half-Life. Yo, what's up, Maddie? How you doing, man? Oh. That's exactly what I did. I just did use. Ah! It's a wild idea. That's what we do in Portal. It somehow put... Oh, because I... My bad. My bad, I didn't change it. There we go. Am I allowed to watch? Yeah, what's up, Gabe? Oh, there we go. Alright, now we got Portal controls. Gabe, you can watch, like, half of the game. Yo, Joey! What's up, Joey? How's it going, brothers? My Coochie Gang bros? Yeah, Gabe, did you see that?
Screenings are a requirement of continued employment.
Oh god, that made me, like, sick.
Research facility.
This was always my favorite. This little guy. Hi, G-Man.
If you feel you have been exposed to radioactive or other hazardous materials in the
There's my boy.
duties, contact your
Look at this fucking thing. What are they doing with that?
Work safe.
They're putting it into acid.
Your future depends on it.
Your future depends on it.
Now arriving at Sector
What does he say? Late to the office today, huh? Run a little late today, huh, Freeman? What does he say? What's the exact line? Running a little behind today. I don't know what he says, dude. It's something like that. I want to play this game enough to where I know every voice line.
Before exiting the train, be sure to check your area for personal belongings.
Shut up.
Thank you. And have
That's
a
like
good
only in the
safe
right
and
ear. It's
productive
directional.
day.
Morning, Mr. Freeman. Looks like you're running late.
Boop, boop. Why did he make the beep sounds with his mouth? He went bop, bop, bop. Why did he do that, dude? He's a little crabbing. Look at the... I love the way these guys walk. These are OG graphics, by the way, right? It looks like it, but yeah, it is. I see you making that beeping sound with your mouth, you fucking weirdo. I've never noticed that. That's really weird. First loading screen. Yeah, Gabe, you'll see how much the game loads now. I mean, it's pretty quick, but it's different compared to Sven. All right, dude. It's a little. It's still. There's this game. Just the volume shifts so much. That's probably because it's at like 75 there. All right. Hello. I was gonna say I played the beginning of Black Mesa recently, and there's a computer here that they have like AIM pulled up on. It's really funny. All right.
It's good to see you.
It's good to see you. Yeah, there's so much shit you can like look at in here. I mean, all pretty worthless. I don't even remember. I don't think I even come back in here unless these are fallen down. It's a weird place to put a first aid because you can't use it in the beginning. I thought you were doing new Half-Life. Wait, what do you mean new Half-Life? Yeah, this is the new one. What do you mean? No, what do you mean? Like Half-Life Alyx? No, I don't have an index yet. But thankfully I am in the process of it.
Please leave me alone until after the experiment.
Your food's getting nuked, brother.
My God, what are you doing?
That check is coming soon. I actually already got it, but
Within theoretical limits.
Coomer. That's I'm not gonna actually be spending any of that on it. You like that? You like that, Andrew? Yeah, dude. Let me get my suit here. And you already spent it. No, I'm actually not spending any of it on the VR headset. It's thanks to Herringstone, Snoogans, Truth Eternal, I think Jade threw some money towards it. Big Coombs in anime girls. Yeah, so I mean I'm doing good this streaming stuff. You guys have been fucking awesome, so I'm actually able to afford my own headset, and I'm really fucking stoked. Best track in the game. Here we go. Oh, she's so quiet. Don't cancel out my... Now I made it too quiet. God, dude. Gordon moves so fast. So, like, there's bunny hopping in Portal 2, but it's called baby bunny hopping because, like, you move slow in that game. But Gordon just fucking flings, dude. Greetings.
Go right on through, sir. Looks like you're in the barrel today.
Greetings.
You didn't make those beeps. What? Everyone's greeting me, dude. I'm just fucking doing this around the halls and they're like, greetings! Dude, now that I know how to, like, bunny hop somewhat, I wanna speedrun Half-Life. Alright. Greetings. Hello? I didn't do that. Do all the speedruns. I'm speedrunning too many games. We gotta chill out on them, alright? $20 million? Jesus. How about we put Barley back on the board? Can you give $2 million to Barley? Oh wait, that's gonna push Rick off the board now though. Germ, how'd you get 7 million? What the fuck? Hey, what's up? What are you doing? Get off of that. I just want to test again.
do this later?
Bruh. Germ is a G, he did it legit. No shortcuts. God, bunny hopping feels so good in this game.
Ah, Gordon. Here you
Hello.
are. We just sent the sample down to the test chamber.
Where's your portal gun? Yo, what's up, Nick? We speedran Portal yesterday. I thought about you whenever we played it, and I was like, shit, I wish Nick was here to see this. Me and my buddy Shane learned how to speedrun Portal 2 co-op.
They're waiting for you, Gordon, in the test chamber.
Oh no. What's that? Yeah, Portal 2 co-op's the best. There's just that one guy at the beginning that was a robot, dude.
It's about to go critical.
Oh no! I love that little smoke effect.
What's going on with our equipment?
It wasn't meant to do this in the first place.
Your equipment's going bad, boys. The big spoopy machine. Everything is slowly hinting at destruction in this game. What? Why does this elevator do this? How's that even work? It's like on a corkscrew, I guess. I don't know, it's weird. Hello.
I'm afraid we'll be deviating a bit from standard analysis procedures today, Gordon.
Yes, but with good reason. This is a rare opportunity for us. This is the purest sample we've seen yet.
And, potentially, the most unstable.
Now, if you follow standard insertion procedures, everything will be fine.
He's like had a stroke, like only the right side of his mouth droops.
Cascade scenario is
Poor guy.
unlikely.
Gordon doesn't need to hear all this. He's
Bash is
highly trained
broken as
professional.
fuck.
We've assured the administrator
All
that
of a sudden
nothing
it's
will go
broken.
wrong.
Ah, yes, you're right. Gordon, we have complete confidence in
Great
you.
graphics and great gameplay.
Let's let him in now.
Standard insertion procedure. Oh my. What the F is up, my dudes? Oboe! Oboe, it makes me mad saying your name because your name is not an oboe, but I want to call you Oboe for short, and I'm like, but he's not an oboe. Ah!
Testing. Everything seems to be in order.
Yes. Nobo. I'll just call him Nobo. Ba-ba-ba-bum. Whoa! Alright, dude. I need to be saving. What is my... Jesus Christ. Whatever, we'll survive. You could call me Bassoon. Alright. Hold on, what is... F6 is save, F7 is load. Okay, so they have quick save and quick load in this game, and we're gonna be using it like every fucking 20 seconds, so...
Stage 1 emitters in 3, 2, 1. I'm seeing predictable...
I knew a guy in high school that played Bassoon. It was lit. I like that. We're gonna call you Bassoon now. I don't even know what a bassoon is.
Stage 2 emitters activated.
It's like a big woodwind, right?
Gordon, we cannot predict how long the system can operate at this level, nor how long the reading will take. Please, work as quickly as you can.
Overhead capacitors to 105%.
It's just like Anthony, Kyle.
But I'm showing a small discrepancy in
Last stream.
sustaining sequence.
I'm informed that the sample is ready, Gordon. It should be
Last stream, Kyle gave Anthony like 400,000 coins, and Anthony just didn't say anything. Like, I don't know if he didn't notice or. Oh wait a second. Hold on, something important. No, dude. No. Kyle, send it to me. Where is it? You know what I want. How did you guys find this? It's like not even... Fuck. No, it's important. Alma, what are you doing to me? Why? It's like constant, you guys. The fucking devil Kappa. This joke is ruined. I don't know where it's at. All right, I have to just blindly pick one. Fuck, dude. For that meme playlist, Kyle, did you rewrite it or did you guys make a new one? All right, booger or pear? Send it to me in a DM, Kyle, if you know what I'm talking about. Dude, it's not good. It tastes like fucking... It just tastes like wrong. Ugh. Boogers are delicious. No. Ugh. It's terrible. No, Kyle. Hold on. No, this is important. This is very important. Alright, sorry. We had to do that before we pushed it in. Alright, now we can push it in. Barley, I know you love that kid too. The video's so well edited. Oh god, I'm just picking booger out my teeth now. Thank you, Alma, for chilling for so long that you could redeem that. I just gotta thank people for the support, even if I hate the beans. Okay, cool, Kyle. Get Gordon his inhaler. Oh! Oh my god! It's the worst part of the game! Oh. Hi, boys. The upside down. Kind of. It actually kind of is. It's like part of the world, but not. Dude, these beans, man. Tell my wife I loved her. Needed sun. Dude, there's not many left. There's like 4 left. Dude, alright, if this is not chocolate pudding, then this was nothing but canned dog food in this box. Oh, it's so bad. I hate it. It's like my least favorite bean. Bro, I don't think he's coming back, dude. I think he's dead. Oh, I forgot. Oh, God, dude. It's so fucking awful. I hate it. Yeah, ugh. It like wafts out, dude. It's bad. They tried to warn them. Oh! God, this one's like, it was like the, it was the canned dog food in the mall. It's so bad.
Please get to the surface as soon as you can and let
Thank you,
them know
Mui.
you're stranded down here. You'll need me to activate the retinal scanners. I'm sure the rest of the science team will gladly help you.
A chaser, yeah.
A Failure of this magnitude is extremely improbable.
Well, it happened. You think this is Lamar? Is this Dr. Kleiner?
Organic matter.
No, Dr. Kleiner... Well, I don't know. Dude, it's so weird because, like, Barney is that first guy, but he looks nothing like him. Lamar! LeVar Burton. Take a look. It's in a book. Come open this door for me.
Let's go.
Yes, let's go. Gordon's got restless leg syndrome. Come on, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. Ah! I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure that opens the door. Dude, we're at 35 health because of me fucking jumping off of the balcony. Yeah, sorry guys, I'm gonna be moving kind of quick. It's just in my nature. It's in my speedrun nature. Kroby. Yeah! No. They bing, they bong. They bing, they bong. Oh my god, I thought you were the fucking guy.
See you. What the hell are these things? And why are they wearing science team uniforms?
They're zombies. Ow, dude! Captain Crowbard. Yeah, whenever I said Kroby, I immediately thought of Froby. We weren't doing any unsafe science, were we? No. Black Mesa Security Force. Am I supposed to be able to read this? What the fuck? It's like Barley doing the, in RE3, they had one of those posters that have the letters going down, the eye test or whatever. And Barley was doing that, and that was fucking funny. I must test of internet here. So really, go ahead and picture something cool in your mind's eye. Make something up of... What the fuck, dude? I don't know what the... Support our troops. Dude, Gabe, you remember these bad boys? Gabe hates the ladders in Half-Life so much. Safety. Come with me, tiny person.
Roger that. Let's run like hell.
Look at that guy's run. Can you keep up with me? Dude, he can. He's fast. This game is gonna take us like 20 hours because I'm just gonna be fucking around with shit. Oh no. Oh no! You saw fucking nothing, dude, alright? Dude, he is blasting me. Stop!
Man, did you see that shot? What do you...
Fuck you. He shot me one too many times. Now I get his gun. We never grabbed the armor in our locker. I'm sorry I had to, guys. Yeah, I was gonna say there's a foist aid in here. Bro, that's murder. It's the apocalypse already. It doesn't matter. We already fucked everything up. They aren't taking poopies anymore. Backman. James Bond. That man had a wife. He was gonna die in like a second anyway because his AI is really bad. Oh no. You guys should see the speedrun world record of this game. It's fucking insane. Me and Barley watched it once and we're just fucking like jaws dropped the entire time. Your AI is really bad? Wow, dude. That's fucked up. You fucking bitch. You don't know that? He wasn't gonna last. I must dispose of all their bodies. Alright. Oh, you do? Okay. As I said, I don't think we come back in here. I was like, wait, I think everything's just fallen down. Where's this stupid thing? Ah! They're batshit? Oh, they're absolutely batshit. You fucking... Yeah, you got him! No! Why'd that happen? Dude, this used to scare me as a kid. I always thought this was so fucking scary. And the music happens. Fucking spooky. All Valve games, really? Yeah, that's true. That is fucking weird. It's scary, man. Yeah, it's a cool little seed. Alright, F6. Oh no. We heard our first scientist yell. My goodness. Oh. I was like, what's that sound?
Fine. You won't even know I'm here.
Yeah, just don't go near that, okay? You'll be good. Just don't go near that. Oh, you're gonna follow me? Okay. Nobody else over here? The Gib dispenser? Yeah, maybe stay away from that. Hello? It's okay, they can't touch you. Until I accidentally miss one of them and they go straight to you. Ah! Where? I think they're... yeah. You've never played Half-Life? Well, welcome to it. It's one of my favorite games ever. I love this game to death. This is my hiding spot. No! You ruined it! Ah! God, all the enemies... This pistol is just so good in this game. No, he ruined the fucking quote. Where'd I last save? I want to hear it. Okay, this is quite a step back just to hear that line, but it's very important to me. Stop. G-Man is from this game? Yeah. He's like a Half-Life staple. Oh, there! I thought he was a Gmod prop. Okay, is that Kappa real, or did you actually think that? Because I do know people that actually thought things like that. Alright, chill out, dude. 50-50, yeah. I mean, if you've never played the game, you wouldn't know. A lot of people know what Gmod is, but don't know Half-Life. So, I mean, it's not super surprising. This game looks awesome. It's great, dude. This game came out in fucking, what, 1999? It doesn't say that anywhere, I guess. Where's the head crab? Wait, does he not do that? Maybe I reloaded for no reason. 98.
Suppose you reconsider that you're going to have to leave me here, Gordon.
Who the fuck is the guy that says that? I think it's just a random line, but I thought he said it there, like, every time. Oh, dude, this kid with the fucking hops. Get out of here. 98. 98, boys. That's when this game came out. Yeah, somebody was, like, shitting on this game. I was talking about it or something. I don't remember what. But I was like, you realize this game came out in 1990 fucking... the 90s, right? This game's insane. I was 3 when this game came out. And I didn't play it till I was like 7. This game was 4 years old whenever I played it. Okay. I asked Gabe what year he thought this came out, and he said, I don't know, 2006? I was like, 2006? Halo 3 was like almost out in 2006, dude. I was like, I mean, that's kind of like a compliment. Halo 3 is never out? What? Don't say that, that's scary. Jump at me. Fucking idiot. Fucking dummy. I'll let you hit me once, okay? Oh yeah, I forgot if you just don't let them hit you that... Look at them all go! This section's so stupid. It's like fucking Donkey Kong or something. Jesus, they really did put a fucking fight out, though. No! Oh my god. Fuck you. Elf bowling, yeah. Boing. Alright. I don't think I've ever done that. I've never seen one of them drop into a box like that. That's so funny. Alright, I just need to... I want to get around these. Keep it as a pet? Nah, dude, I don't want them. These always have ammo in them, or health. Well, not always, but... How the fuck do you get up there? You know, I don't think I've ever gone up there. You gotta, like, slide down as you're going. It's kind of stupid. Alright. No, dude. Give me a second, guys. I'm just trying stuff out. There's no way I'm gonna be able to set this up. I have no speed at all. There's no way. I'm not good enough at it yet. You might have to get it before it goes down. Like, it dropped down after I jumped back on it. I think you have to do it beforehand. Either way, we don't have to go through, you don't have to go through this vent, because you can just do this. Beautiful. There's a lot of stuff down here. Including this fucking annoying ichthyosaur piece of shit. I tried building up the speed for it. I'm not good enough at, I'm not good enough at it in this game. I thought it was always 3 shots. Apparently it's 4. Realistically, we don't need to be killing any of these. This shouldn't hurt. Hurts by 1, okay. No, that saves so much time. Oh, come on! Oh my god, we did it! Okay, there we go. That was so sketchy. There's just like a hallway you have to go through if you miss it, and it's really annoying. Oh yeah, dude. So I asked, or Mikey has that game list. If you donate to the Extra Life charity, like a certain amount, he'll let you pick a game on his list. Alright, okay. No, dude! I thought I quick saved. Alright, we gotta do it again. But he had Half-Life on his list, and he said he had never played it, so... I picked that for him. And he goes, well, actually, I did play it. And I think he's talking about this section. He's like, I did play it, but then I got to a part where you had to platform on boxes, and I was like, ugh. And I was like, oh no, Mikey. So I think he was talking about this. So he hasn't played much of it. I guess he just didn't like the platforming. platform is pretty solid in this game. I'm biased because I love this game, but I really don't think it's bad. I'm also the person who likes Mario 64's camera, so I don't know. What's this, fucking Mario? I don't want Mario in my shooter. You like the platforming? Yeah, I do too. This game is just so fucking... Oh, we're already in an office complex. Alright. This game is just so different from Half-Life 2. Is this not Mario 64? Everything on my channel is. He's gonna get slurped up. Oh no! These are gonna get zapped? Oh my god. Get him, you got it! Get all three of them! Oh! I thought he missed him. Good job, Electric Arc.
Yes, I recognize.
Was that him breathing? Oh! Okay, so this is extra shit. It's just like ammo. I never go in there. Fuck that. Remember that part in Mario 64 where Mario picked up a gun and fought crab aliens? Yes. It's my favorite part.
Hello. Gordon. If I'd known it was you, I'd have let you in. Everyone's heading for the surface. But I think they're crazy not to stay put. Someone is bound to come by and rescue us.
Whoa, it's like picking it up like... Oh, shit. I forgot about that one. Whoa! Oh! It's okay, dude. Jesus! They put these things everywhere. Wow, legendary game. What's up, Soul? Yeah, dude. I love this fucking game. Okay, we... Oh. I don't know that you have to press E on doors. I think you just walk into them. Yeah. Isn't this door locked? So you gotta... You don't even have to do this. Just crouch through it. This door is cool. If you ever died to the barnacles, it's kind of hard to die to them. I mean, if you have no ammo. But, I mean, you have a lot of time to think once you get caught by them. My first playthrough, I'm sure I did. You can't crouch jump? I can crouch jump. Listen, man. Do you have Black Mesa? I do. I have not tackled it yet. I heard they changed up some stuff, and I'm excited as fuck to play it. But, yeah, I bought Black Mesa like fucking 6 years ago. And I was like, I'm not gonna play this until they finish it, because I just want the full experience. Now it's done. Nice.
Ooh, something died down here.
It's really good placement.
Okay, we might live longer if we work together.
I actually really don't want you. Isn't it like a remake? Yeah, it is, but it's actually fan-made. It wasn't Valve who made it. Oh, thank you.
I got another one.
Dude, that door fucking squished him. Probably my favorite animation in this game is just these guys running. Hello? What are you doing? We've got so much ammo. We'll run out at one point. Dude, in this room? What the fuck? I'm super late. Okay. Go back to the room behind the gate. Ba, 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 ba. Dude! What are you doing?
See you later. Okay, I'll cover you.
Dude, the loading zone. This room? Are you talking about the hole up here? Whoa. Listen around. it's the fucking silo alien. That's so fucking cool. Jesus Christ, this game.
This place is a lot bigger than I thought.
Wow, that gives me like goosebumps. I actually never knew that. That's really cool. Counter-Strike's father, this game. Same engine. Well, I mean, yeah, okay, I see what you were saying. I thought you were saying that, like, I don't know, whenever you said that, I thought Counter-Strike's son, and I was like, well, but no, you are right, this is Counter-Strike's father. The father, yeah, this is the father of many things. This is the father of Valve's entire fucking, career after this game. Daddy CS. CS 1.6. Okay, we can't go in there. We gotta go through here. This guy's a waste of my time now. Yeah, we gotta get to that. Ouch. Shit. Ah! Oh my god, dude, I knew there were more of them. All I'm thinking of right now is playing through this with Gabe. We're not done with it yet. I was playing through this with Gabe and Shane, and Gabe just fucking and I'm right behind him just watching him. I'm like stay crouched here, and he just fucking does that. And I'm like, all right, dude. Gabe is fucking chaotic playing this game. Black Void. What do you think that ceiling is made out of? Terrorist win. Nice fucking jump, idiot. This is a shortcut for later. Yeah. Is there even anything over here? Why'd they put him there? Chaos is inevitable. Jade, what's up? How you doing? Dude, no, he's dead! Get out! You fucking idiot, dude. Gordon! Ah, ah, ah! Yeah, get out of the way, dude. Can you? I don't think I've ever gotten up here. I don't understand. Oh, maybe you have to start from up there. Which you can do here. What's your favorite FPS? Choose wisely. GoldenEye, Half-Life, Doom, or Turok? Oh, God. Okay, so I've never played Turok for more than a few minutes. I didn't grow up with it. GoldenEye's controls are not aged well. It's probably Half-Life. Doom I like, but I didn't play a shit ton of until I was older. Yeah, it's gotta be Half-Life for me. Dude, I'm wondering. It didn't age well the day it came out? I mean, that's fair. Yo, Annie, what's up? Great stream earlier, dude. I put it on my TV, and then I took a nap because I freaking woke up early as shit, and as soon as I woke up, Barley was on, and I was like, fuck. So, I did not go back to sleep. But I finally napped because I was like falling asleep. Annie, how you doing? How's your stream, dude? Oh yeah, we have to get rid of the evidence. Oh my Jesus, that is so gruesome. All that for 5 health? Yeah, I don't know why I did that. It was more just to prove that I could. Legit was in bed, not feeling good, was gonna go back to sleep with some barley. Yeah. I mean, it was more like I woke up early and I was like, why did I just wake up after 5 hours of sleep? And then I laid there for 5 minutes and I went, ugh. And then my phone goes doo-doo-doo. And I look and it says big money, big prizes. And I was like, no fucking way. You're not still at work, are you, Jade? I don't know how late you work. All that for a drop of clout. There's a boot in there, dude! No! I don't even want to take you with me, because all you do is shoot me.
Okay, why not? I didn't want to die alone anyway.
I don't want to die alone anyway. There's a lot No! Oh, the shotgun kicks Vortigaunt's ass, dude. Oh, really? I thought it was like one shot no matter what. You're real good at answering DMs? No, I'm not. Don't lie to yourself. No, I'm really bad at answering DMs. But also, like I said, all I did was watch Barley stream. He streamed for like 7 hours, so I watched that and ate while watching his stream, and then I took a nap, and here I am, so. That 99 plus bad? It's not that bad. Alright, just kill him. No, not you. I'm talking. Tell the alien to kill you. Gimme. Right on, 4 weird. I promise I'm not ignoring you. Everyone tells me the same thing. Everyone gets mad at me for not responding. I'm just really bad at it. Huh?
I certainly hope you know what you're doing. This is as far as I go.
No, it's okay. I feel bad. Oh! No! Should've just left him for him. One less horror in the world. Alright, dude, that was not worth my time. Jesus, I thought that was gonna hurt me. Then how else would you know about it? God damn it, Dan. I would never give it. Maddie, you're too nice. You're too nice to me! I don't deserve it. Yeah, this game loads a lot whenever you're playing it in single player. And like Sven, it loads like huge sections of the game.
Get topside. I hear you're coming in to save us.
Hello? I don't remember this. What is up here? No, you heard wrong, Dan. But I mean, you are also nice. I was talking to Maddie, but you are also nice. Especially headcrab zombies. I mean, yeah, this used to scare me a lot as a kid. What is this? I've never gone this path. What the fuck is this? What does this lead to? I've never done this. Oh my god, please. Hydro homies? I like that. Gulpers and hydro homies. This little walk. Oh my god. Wow. I have never done that. That is such a weird secret. Oh, but it actually moves you forward. Oh, okay. Hey, Shane, what's up, dude? Look at this little fucking dummy, dude. He doesn't know any better. You never got to play it when it was new? Oi! You wanna hear something really funny? I actually didn't play Half-Life on PC. Growing up. I played it on the PS2. So whenever I finally played it on PC, like, years later, I was like, God damn, this is way fucking better. I mean, it was still good on PS2, but I just really prefer mouse and keyboard for FPS. As a kid, I jumped down 13 steps for my Jesus Christ! Are your legs okay? Yeah, why is Shane the big kahuna now? It's me, the star of last stream. You're famous now, Shane. I left Shane alone with the chat for 5 seconds and I could just hear my fucking headphones exploding while I was in the bathroom. I don't know what he did. My legs are made of steel. That's pretty cool that you can get all these grenades here. They're not really necessary yet. Well, that's kind of annoying. How did you survive that? We don't need to be killing any of these, really. I can't shoot with the controller. Yeah, I can't aim. I know what you mean, though. Does it come out at midnight, Shane? Oh, man, we're gonna have to listen to that on stream. We're gonna have to listen to a new song. Why? What happened, Eddie? What did I do? It is superior, right? Shane, look how fast you move in this game. Okay, as soon as I said that, I did the worst bunny hopping I've done. You can strafe around shit so well. Yay! IDK. You don't even know why you're upset? Annie, you're really worrying me right now, okay? Ice. Alright, we're gonna go the top way here. Which is actually the only way, so I don't know why I said that. You have CS experience. I've played a Valve game or two. No, it's so funny. Shane was on the stream because he was doing the runs with... You fucking... Stop! Oh, do I have to turn that on first? Shane was wondering where you were, Kyle. Okay. I'm stupid. I forgot you had to do that. I need health, dude. I'm gonna die. This was very stupid. I took so much unnecessary damage. We'll find a healing station soon. What are these crab-looking things? Yo, a pixel. Head crab? Was it right before I walked in? Claire's phone number? What? What are you talking about? Are you brain farting right now, Shane? Did you just call Gracie Claire? He was like, where's Gracie? He's like, I'm mad. Now he just called her Claire. He got the name right once, okay? During our Portal stream, Kyle, he was like, he said, where's my boyfriend? And we were like, who are you talking about? He said, Kyle. And Rick was like, I think he's at Gracie's. He's like, now I'm mad. Shane, why are you... Yeah, it's Wednesday. Why are you awake? They look like aliens or something? Yeah, they aren't, though. They're just cool little guys. That's not an alien. Can't sleep. What the fuck? Okay. See, now they take 3 shots. Why? I don't... Okay, the one sound I cannot stand in this game is this metal sound. Oh, God, I really hate it. Okay, no, never mind, they take 4. Oh, I hate this sound. Kyle, that's what he expects from you. My fucking money? No, dude. No. Apparently that's from Opposing Force, which I haven't played Blue Shift or Opposing Force. I talked about that while we were playing Portal 2. So, I kind of want to play... Yeah, there's an E afterwards. So, I don't know if... I kind of want to, like, stream them. I want to play every Half-Life game before I play Alex. We could do Sven, and then we could do Synergy for Half-Life 2. Whoever wants to play that with me. I'll probably do them with Gabe and Shane, but I don't remember how many players it supports. Like, a lot. What? I hope you die. You are so dumb! So stupid. Wait, what are you saying? Why about Soul? Blue Shift is... Yeah. I don't know who you play as an Opposing Force. You were just sitting there listening to that? That's funny, Shane.
My brains and your brawn will make an excellent team.
With my brains and your brawn. Oi! Come on. I think I need you for a door. Alright.
You have to leave me here, Gordon.
That's fine. You can stay down there. Oh, why do I hate the metal sound? I don't know. There's something about it. It's like... It like rings in my ears. I mean, it's like an accurate metal sound. I think that's why I don't like it. It's like a little too accurate. My ears just don't like that sound.
A fellow scientist.
No, dude! He didn't give me what I wanted. A fellow scientist. That's what he said instead. I wanted the greetings. Ah, no, stop! No. It's stop! No! Stop! Greetings. He didn't do it. He said, fellow scientist. Fucking goofball. Oh my god. Gabe! Well, and Shane. Shane, you're having problems with this too. Can you...
Look at that.
Oh. Hi. Listen to that fucking sound. I hate that. Okay. What? See, what's up with this sound? What if we put it on low sound quality? No, it's still there. I don't know. I think this sound always plays like this. Right now it sounds... It's like ringing. It's like just this section of the game. Everything's metal. There we go. See, now it's not doing it. Alright, we've got hostiles.
Open the silo door! They're coming for us! It's our only way out! Oh my god!
I like that I turned and I just saw him getting flung around the fucking room. Did you say a Half-Life Alyx G-Man model? Yes, I did. That was like the initial teaser for it, I think. Or something like that. Yeah, it looks so good. Shane, you still don't know, like, why he's important. You've just seen him around. Yeah, I think it was like the initial thing for it. Dude, that alien was beating his ass. No, Shane, G-Man's cool. He's a cool little thing. Bop, 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 bop. Ow. Okay, well, the scientist already ran through this. I feel like he's not good. Bad news bears. Ah! Jesus, get me out of that section, dude. I hate that room. It's so fucking scary. Beep. Okay. What? No! No! Please! Oh god! Oh no! I forgot how many turrets are in here. Holy shit, dude. Oh my god. Can we make it through? Alright. Oh no, that's bad! That's so bad! I should just shoot these things down. They don't have that much health. We can do that better. I'm just gonna... fucking... There we go. Yo, you're gonna have to walk further this way because I have to shoot that. Alright, dude. He wasn't moving. There was nothing I could do. Hello. Alright, the hostiles are here. Dude, they all have to die. The AIs are so dumb. They're lovably dumb, though. Hundo health? Alright. Pretty cool. Purce hates robots? Yeah, apparently. No, dude! Stop! That was my friend! The military's here to kill everyone. Yeah, dude. I'm a representative from the Robot Fucking Association of America. Huh? You're fucking robots, dude? Rick! What's up, dude? Stop! I'm with the science team! Die, random... military man. You're dead! There's some good fucking music, too. Is that everyone? Holy shit. Rick, leave. I need my hours. What's up, Rick? How you doing, dude? Rick's like, I just woke up. Oh my god, that's actually what he said. I was kind of joking, and then like halfway through saying it, I saw that he said that. It's kind of annoying. Okay. Where? I already killed all of you. It's the least accurate gun in the game. There's so much going on! Get back here, you fucking stinker. Okay. Ah! Oh my god. Dude, the Half-Life 1 pistol is one of the best pistols in a video game ever. It's so fucking good. I think Halo 1 pistol still holds the title, but this pistol's pretty fucking good. I'm about to take this ticket everyone's been avoiding all night. Wish me luck. Good luck, Jade. Ugh. Sounds awful. Yeah, kill him. I'm gonna get yelled at? No. Good luck, dude. I love doing VCs with Rick. His voice is beautiful. Jesus, get a room. Oh my god, I pressed quick save right before I pressed load. How you doing, Rick? Rick, you've never watched Half-Life either, have you? I think a lot of people in here are Half-Life Virgos. Ah! I'm just playing it because I like it. And I actually want to stream... This was on, whenever I was picking games to play in 2020, this was one of them that I wanted to stream. And, I definitely want to play through all of them on stream. Oh, no! We have a room, you're in it. Oh. Yes. Okay. Let's label this bug report so I won't get a review. Can't one-star me! That's great. I know nothing about Half-Life. Scientist man puts crystal in big thing. Laboratory gets overrun by aliens. They pull a Resident Evil and they're like, oh, the government's coming in. They're gonna save us. The government comes in and starts killing all the scientists. And now they're trying to kill me because I'm one of the scientists. So now I've gotta kill all the military men and escape and kill all the aliens too. That's the story of Half-Life 1. Half-Life 2 gets way more in depth. This game's simple. Now they're trying to kill Pierce Kimmler IRL. That was the most Barley joke you've ever made. And yes, that's a compliment. This is the part where they just drop fucking nukes on you. For weir. Ah, dude, he shot it out of my hand! No, don't quit. I'm trying to turn the sound effects down even more. They're so loud. Oh, now they're like comically low. Oh, this is Barley's burger alert. There's no good middle ground on these sounds. I don't know, they're still kind of low. This is stupid. What have I done? I don't think... There we go. Whatever, it's probably back to normal. Looks like upgraded Die Hard. Don't you ever say something that fucking disrespectful to Half-Life again. Please, Rick. Please never say that again. I'm gonna close this ticket after I respond. Okay, problem solved. This game's kind of like another shitty FPS. Like, that's basically what you said. This looks like a shitty FPS to rival a shitty FPS. Ah. Rick kind of weird. Oh, I'm fucking dead, dude. This part's fucking hard because they drop fucking so many of these fuckers. Unless I can get a sick grenade toss like that. That still had a lot left in it. This song's good, dude. Okay. They're just dropping bombs on us, dude. Yeesh! The Mamma Mia takes over Twitch? Huh? Bong dog. DZ. Why? DZ, what's up, dude? How you doing, man? My man, DZ on the TV. How you doing, brother? We finally, all in the same room, talked about GTFO, so it's... That means it's fate now. It's gotta happen, right? Now we'll fucking get it. Hey! Jesus Christ. Wait, don't they go into a fan blade? No, they don't. Alright. This weekend? Yeah, see, on weekends, I am very, very free. Weekdays, I'd sit around all day and think about what I'm gonna stream. For like 8 hours, and then I stream. How long have I been streaming? An hour and a half? God damn, dude. This starting late is so weird now. We got so much stream left. Oh! No! Okay, I'm dead. Please, dude! That's not a breakable thing. Alright, they're coming down right now. Shoot him in the dick. Ladder. I like this vent that's tall enough to stand in. It's like the only one. That was Detta. Detta was trying to talk to me about something, and I was like, oh, I'm at my parents' for Easter stuff, and I was like, I should be home soon. And then once I got home, I fucking fell asleep, so Detta was waiting in there for me, and I never got around to fucking talking to him. What? Where are they shooting from? Do I need to do all this secret stuff? This fucking jump? Yeah, you guys were not digging this one. Ah, dude! Oh my god. I think this is what I used to do. Yeah. Alright. Dude, this fucking turret is roasting me. I don't even, like, want to save, but I'm gonna. Well, okay, what's over here? Shotgun ammo? Okay, very not worth it. There's some shit over here, though. Okay. Why? I don't think you can break this either. I think this is just foreshadowing something you can do later. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. Maybe it's down here. I'm thinking of something where... Yeah, it was this. Alright. I just wanted this healthy, dude. Alright. You took a nap, Rick. I feel like you probably slept for like 8 hours or something, and you're like, yeah, I took a nap. That's usually what happens to you. My naps are pretty long though. I took like a 2-hour nap. I slept long. Okay, dude. I napped longer than I wanted to though. Just nut slap you with a hockey stick? Ouch, dude. Give him the old slap shot. Alright, I should have fucking auto-saved here because this shit is very rough. Alright. Yep. How are you even supposed to make that? What I just did? I guess like that. I honestly don't know if there's a button somewhere you can push to turn that off. I've always done it that way. It's maybe Half-Life, but you're my whole life. Chard, you're gonna make me fucking cry, dude. What's up, Chard? That was some smooth shit right there. Chard, how you doing, man?
So much for the government. Their idea of containment is to kill everyone associated with the project. Judging from your hazard suit, I'd say you were part of what went wrong. Isn't that right? Now look, if anyone
What the fuck?
it's the science team in the Lambda complex at the opposite end of the base. With the transit system out, I couldn't tell you how to get there.
Is it a new song or did they announce the album?
Somewhere through here, beyond the silo complex. If you can make it through the rocket test labs, you might be able to worm your way through the old tunnels and track down whatever's...
Actually, don't tell me. We're gonna watch it
Trust them.
together.
Trust all of them. Good luck.
Good luck. Thank you. Okay, we are now on Blast Pit. I think this is some of the loudest shit in the game right here. What the fuck is going on? Okay, well, I have my sound pretty set now. No, dude. Where is he? God, you suck. Dude, Zach Etz. Thank you for the hydration. No, Rick, don't tell me anything. This game Rick, you make me so mad. Rick, you make me mad. I don't think I can go on anymore, guys. Rick, Gmod, you know how Gmod has mod in the title? You know what it's a mod of? You know what Gmod is a mod of? Rick always, every game I play, Rick will be like, oh, this reminds me of this, and I'm always just like, oh no, Rick. I actually haven't played Black Mesa yet. Somebody else asked me about it. I've owned it for many years, but I wanted to wait till they had everything done, and they just finished it, so. Alright, Rick. Alright, dude. Rick, Gmod is a mod of Half-Life 2. If you did not know that. This is the first game. Well, I shouldn't say if you didn't know that, because apparently you don't know that. So, yeah. Have you never played Half-Life? Who, me? Oh, no, this is one of my favorite games. I'm just playing it for fun tonight. I love this game. It's amazing. Yeah, I played, like, just the beginning chapter, and I loved it. This is whenever Valve actually made games, Rick. It's USA... Yeah, Rick did say that. Dude, I wasn't kidding, Markers. You know how many people know Gmod but have no idea what this game is? Whenever, like, I've said this a few times, I'm actually playing through this on if you guys don't know what Sven Co-op is, it's a mod, it's a standalone mod, but it uses this, it's a mod of Half-Life 1. I don't know if I can show it on stream. No, is there Bob's and Vagine? So Sven Co-op is a multiplayer mod for Half-Life. Blood? We can show blood on stream, can't we? How bad is it? But anyway, Sven Co-op is a multiplayer mod for Half-Life 1. And, you can play the game with, like, a shit ton of people. And you can also play, like, a bunch of mods inside of it. It's just a multiplayer mod for Half-Life and all of Half-Life's mods. Play Hatred on stream? Alright, Hatred, dude, really? So... Anyway, sorry, I can't get to the point anytime I ever tell a story because I read chat in the middle of it. So, Sven Co-op is it's a mod for Half-Life where you can play multiplayer with people. I want to, like, advertise it and say you guys can come play. I actually pay for a Sven Co-op server every month. It's so fucking cheap. It's, like, dirt cheap. And all the servers that you rent are, like, from these 90s-ass websites. So, I actually own a Sven Co-op server, and I've been playing through this slowly with Shane and Gabe, because they had both never played Half-Life. I keep seeing things, and I'm mentioning things that Gabe would do, because, it's really funny playing it with him. We walked in here, and Gabe shot this, killed all of us. So yeah. The Columbine RPG. Well, obviously that is banned. But yeah, we're slowly getting through it. I'm cool, okay? See, like, after, what, over an hour of actually playing, I'm only here, so... This was a quick visit, but I love you. I love you too, Chard. I know, I streamed late, dude. And I streamed later tonight. Jesus, it's already 11. Gabe, win cosplay. Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. Gabe, you can't escape it, alright? Quit playing Valorant and fucking buy your Coco cosplay. He's actually, he's been, I mean, it's like kind of hard for him to go out and buy stuff right now. Because of the Corona stuff. I actually talked to him about this. I completely forgot. He was gonna go out and like buy the outfit and stuff, because ordering shit on Amazon is like mad expensive, and he could get this stuff like really cheap if he could go out and buy it, but he can't. You're cool. I miss you. I'll swing through again soon, buddy. That's okay, Chard. Hopefully I can swing in on your stream soon. All right, we're about to get to vehicle part. Bad run, fucking 4 weird reset. Yeah. Now, I'm curious how fast I could run through this game if I were to rush it. I'm kind of just enjoying it right now, though. Okay, new Joji. Let's check it out. I think we did this for Run, too. Gimme Love? Oh, shit. Wait, it's premiering. I don't want to watch it halfway through. Oh my god, that is loud. Give me love. What blood is there? What happened? It's a music video. We can watch it. They price gauged the C9 $300. Never spend $300 on the C920. If anybody ever does that, I will cry. Please do not ever spend that much money on a C920. Fair enough, but I'll follow you to the ends of Earth, Gabe, if you don't do your not safe for work cosplay. No, he'll do it. DZ, you're like the reason that he was able to do it, so. He wasn't expecting to do it, I don't think. But I told him it would happen if he... I don't think Gabe understood that if you set up a goal on stream, people will fucking fly to reach it. I mean, shit, look at this. What is this? Where is it? Fucking... Oh my god, it's not even... It's broken. I actually... That's like done. I'm spending the rest of that. That's insane! You guys raised like fucking $700 for a fucking index, so I'm just gonna buy the rest of it. If you put a goal on stream, dude, people are fucking super nice. People are really generous. They want to help you get stuff. Can I follow the OnlyFans? I haven't put it up yet. Premieres next week. Oh, markers, you know, that actually makes sense. I was gonna ask why, but I don't think I need to ask why. Kind of makes sense. Can we, like, not have it in this weird view? I want it, like, full screen. We can't really full screen it, though. Is the video like this the whole time? Okay. I'm gonna give it a weird crop, then. So it'll fit in my window. I don't want it to be stretched. Okay, it can be a little bit stretched, but not a lot. Okay, we're gonna watch this new song and music video from like one of my favorite artists because it just came out 8 minutes ago. So, yeah, 8 minutes ago. He does look a little stretched thin, yeah? Yeah, Kyle. Right? Yeah. Alright. Hey, looks like he's seen some shit. What the fuck? Yeah, if it's anything like that little teaser track he released, that shit was very different for him. This already does not sound like his music. Okay, now it sounds like him. What's this music video? There's a lot of wild shit happening. Oh. He's got some like weird storyline going on in his music videos, so I think that's what's happening. He has a lot of catchy ass songs that get fucking stuck in your head. Yeah, kind of matches Half-Life, right? Yeah, this had a whole ass budget. Well, we said that a little early. Spiritual, thanks for the host, buddy. Oh my, I'm getting goosebumps, dude. He's hitting them notes. If you guys don't know who Joji is, but you know Filthy Frank, and this was Filthy Frank. What is the storyline that he has going on? Holy fuck, dude, this is wild. This music video is insane for him. What the fuck? Oh no. Give me the album. No. No. What's the album name? Nectar, out July 10th. Okay, so there is an album name. Is that the fucking cover? Ooh. Oh, it's just like his last cover. Simple. Yo, Deezy, you have your own fucking... Oh, hold on. You can't see that. Deezy, you have your own fucking music thing, dude? The old Deezer? What the fuck is Deezer? Never heard of that in my life. Time to pre-order it. I know. I'll buy it on vinyl. You guys weren't supposed to know about Deezer. It's your it's your money laundering scheme for bong dogs. Wow, that was really good. I'm very curious about this new album. Here, I'll show you my first vinyl I had. I have to pee really bad, but what the fuck is a bong dog? Don't worry about it. Ugh. So I have his first album on vinyl, and see, it's just a really like grainy close-up picture of him. He's got like the red eyes that cameras would do, you know? Oh, well, technically it's supposed to be like this, and it says album name on the back of it. It doesn't have any crazy colors or anything, but it's got cool art on it. I don't know what the art is, but Shane, get some good sleep, dude. I've never shown off my vinyls. I would love to do a vinyl stream, but my music taste fluctuates so hard. It would be so weird. You guys would be like, oh, this is very punk rock. And then you'd be like, oh, this is pop music. Oh, now we're listening to Journey. And then we'd be listening to Childish Gambino. My vinyl collection would be weird to listen to all in a row. That'd be a fun stream though, if we just listen to music. Listen to me vinyls. It wouldn't be bad if you cultivate the set beforehand. Right. I just mean like if we listen to all of them in a row, yeah. Do a music stream. I would love to. I didn't pee like I said I was going to. I'm gonna pee.
There's a new adventure hero in games, Croc. Join Croc as he runs, jumps, swims, climbs, pushes, stomps, and jelly jumps his way through a breathtaking 3D adventure. Help Croc through 50 amazing levels as he faces hordes of villains and obstacles. From swarming sharks and giant bees to slippery glaciers and hot lava. Croc, Legend of the Gobos. For PlayStation, Sega Saturn, and Windows 95. Beyond the edge of reality lies a story of ultimate conquest, a story of war and friendship, a story of a love that can never be, and a hatred that always was. And now, the most anticipated epic adventure of the year will never come to a theater near you. Final Fantasy VII. PlayStation.
Okay. Well, Kyle, that's not how many P's I've taken this year in total. That's how many I've taken away from my 6-hour streams, which that's kind of, I don't know. That seems like a lot then. And also, we actually only started counting the 2020 ones, like, what, the end of last month? So that's kind of like, in 2 weeks, I've peed 33 times on stream. And that happens whenever you drink beer. Alright, we're going on a ride, boys. There's no vinyl for it? Ballads 1 didn't get a vinyl until later. It takes them a while to do vinyl. I pee like 3 times a day. I pee at least 3 times a day. I drink a lot of water as well. That's why I pee so much on stream. Woo! Get me out! Get me out! Alright. We get the Geiger counter now. I come into the stream during P-Talk. Why am I so turned on? Oh no. Diesel, what's up, dude? How you doing, man? Yeah, sorry, everybody that like came in during my speedrun stream. It was very weird because like I feel like I didn't get to talk to you guys much because I was in the fucking zone. I PB'd fucking twice. I PB'd 3 times yesterday. Both of our Portal 2 runs were PBs, and then and then I PB'd in Die Hard, so. Yeah, we PB'd in Die Bad by 10 minutes. I choked hard. It was a bad run, Dan. I think once I practice, I think it'll be like, what is it now? My time's like a 1:35. I think once I practice those levels, I think it'll be like a 1:10. It's got to be around like 1:10. What's the color of Rick's pee? The Geiger counter. I know. As soon as I said that, that's what I thought too. Markers. I'm a little flashlight doing a weird little thing. You pee once a day? That's... I don't know that that's normal. I remember doing that when playing with Gabe and Shane, and they're like, alright, dude. Way to speedrun it. It's like, sorry, dude, fuck that room. It's a bunch of ichthyosaurs down there. Little fuckers. We need a Geiger counter. Hopefully there's 0 Geigers in my stream. Oh. I don't like that. These things are fucking stupid. Line up. Alright, if you can not shoot the barrels... There we go. We're good. Otherwise, we have to jump the gap, which isn't a big deal. But it definitely makes it harder. Oi! Jesus. No, that's a really good chat joke, Dan. Dude, the pistol kicks so much ass! Are you kidding me? Yo, desktop. Huh?
Fire the rocket engine. Destroy the damn thing before it grows any larger. Stop!
Stop! Something's happening back there. Yeah, Rick. Maybe I'd still be streaming. You should stream, Dan. You should. Shane's always worried about streaming too. He'll like go live, but he's like worried about it, I think. Just stream, dude.
No! 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 Get it off me! Get it off! Get it off!
Barley, I hope you're still listening right now. Get it off! Get it off! Why? Are you dying about that, Jade? Be quiet! You gotta be very sneaky. Okay, I figured it was something at work. Got this ticket that starts with Dear WB Daddy. What does that mean? He died, dude! You were the one who was saying be quiet. Monk ass! Ah, get me through! You remember to announce in Discord? I did! Hmm. $96K. I made sure to... we're only 1 hour. We're almost 2 hours in the stream. What did you have yesterday, Dan? 90K? Guys, tomorrow's Thirsty Thursday is not gonna be fun. Purce just stopping by, say have a good stream. Yo, Matt, thank you, man. I hope you're doing good. Nice to see you, homie. Love you lots. I hope you're having a good night. Started at 89, so tomorrow. And you didn't yell at us for talking announcements? No, I just deleted it today. I let it sit. I thought it was kind of funny. I just deleted it where I went to make a new one. I hope someone has me on while they're sleeping. I don't know why you would ever do that, but... I have before. Then you never did it again. You woke me up exactly like that. Hello? Ah! Okay, goodbye, internet. Do we have bad encoders tonight, Rick? They're not doing that. Markiplier isn't on Twitch anymore, I don't think, so we can get good encoders again. I didn't hear you complain about them, so I thought maybe we were set. Oh, nice. That'd be me who's doing that? You're fucking with the encoders? Oh, putting me on... Okay, whenever you're sleeping. I hope I don't ever wake you, Spirit. I'm very sorry. No! No, I saved right there! No, dude. No! When? What, like a minute ago? Okay. Alright, we'll take it. I quick saved on the fucking fall. I do it like every stream. Marcos, you're an OG. Marcus, you never like wake up though and go, hey, you woke me up. Actually, I don't think anybody's ever really said that. I might be waking them up, they're just not telling me. Will you stay on the pipe, please? Top of the evening, truth. What the fuck is up, dude? How you doing, homie? Yo, Gabe. Gabe, are you here right now? I stay quiet even when you wake me up. I'm so sorry. I have something important to tell Gabe. Alright, he doesn't get to see it. In Spin Co-op, this like turns around and then you have to make a jump for this ladder, but apparently that's not in this version. It's a very weird detail that's changed in Spin. I don't know if it was originally like that. Maybe this is the patch. This is probably a stupid updated version because that's what Valve does. All right. No. You ever accidentally slept for 5 hours during the day? Yeah, I do it all the time. I always feel like shit after. Did you get, like, barely any sleep last night, Truth? I do this shit all the time, dude. It's awful. I always feel so bad after. They told me to put earplugs in. Dude, this is so hard. Woo! Got 4 hours, so yes, dude, that's kind of what happened to me. I slept for like 5 hours last night. After I ended stream last night, it was like 2:30, 3 a.m. and I went to bed and I woke up at like 8 a.m. and I was like, and I was just like, I could not fall back asleep. And then I stayed up all day, and then at like 6:30, I was like, maybe I can take a nap before my 8 o'clock stream. And I woke up and it was 9 o'clock, and I was like, yeah, yep. So I didn't start till 9:30 tonight, but whee! It's the Willy Wonka part, guys. No! I love this game to death, Truth. I love it so much. We're just playing it because I wanted to play a game that I like. Even though we have a million other games that we need to stream. Can you okay. Just curious if you could shoot that. I've forgotten the entire thing. I mean, there's like no story in it at all. Can I like... There we go. This game looks goofy. It's honestly pretty fucking good for the time it came out, Rick. This came out in 1998. Like good goofy? It's got some goofy stuff in it. Amazing for the time, right? I just always try to tell people that if they're like blind to Half-Life, I'm like, realize this came out in 1998 and it... Okay, alright. There's nothing to excuse that, though. Are you kidding me, dude? Really? Can we... When was the last... Okay, I saved right here. I jumped and hit the pipe at the exact second that the level load happened, and it, like, locked me onto the pipe. That was very weird. Rick. Man, Rick, I gotta up your knowledge on Valve. Counter-Strike was originally a mod of Half-Life, Rick. All of those games are mods of Half-Life. Portal was originally a mod of Half-Life, and then they made it into a full-fledged game. Valve used to crank out good games, and then once Steam exploded, and they're just making billions of dollars off of it, they were like, yeah, we're not gonna make games anymore. That's why Half-Life Alyx was such a big deal. We Half-Life boys now? What's up, Smithy? Hell yeah, we're Half-Life boys now. As long as I don't get soft locked again right there. Alright. Didn't Valve make TF2? Team Fortress was a mod of Half-Life. Yeah, Rick. Literally, like, everything they made was all mods of this game. And then they made sequels that weren't mods. Yeah, Rick just doesn't know anything about, like, Valve history, so... We learning him today. Who is Rick May? Team Fortress was originally a Quake mod? Was it? No. That could be true. That's gonna confuse Rick even more, but I do want to get my facts straight. Oh, I'm thinking of TFC then. Okay. Never even seen Half-Life? Technically you have, Rick. Just modified into other games. This is it. This is Half-Life. No! No, he says, what happens in the third one? Or when does the third one come out? Yeah, that's a really depressing video. Thankfully, with Alex, there's gonna be some new content. Or lots of new content, but... I think it's like a prequel or something, so... Team Fortress was originally a modification for Quake. Wow. And then later for Quake World, developed by TF Software Party Limited. Its developers working on a follow-up standalone version that they planned to call Team Fortress 2. When the team was hired by... Valve does that a lot. They just hire... They'll see a fucking sick idea, and they're like, here, we're hiring you. That's what happened with Portal. And Left 4 Dead. Wow, that's awesome. Wow, Rick's friends weren't Half-Life 3 kids, I guess. Hell, dude, I was a Half-Life 3 confirmed kid for a while. Then I got to a point where I was like, alright, guys. I just more got upset every time I heard it, because I'm like, alright, quit mentioning the game. Rick, aren't you like 4? Jesus Christ. Rick is 5, okay? Campo Santo of Firewatch? Wait, really? What the fuck? I didn't know they were around that long. There's not even a point to getting on this elevator, because it's gonna fall, so... I'm 11, so shut the fuck up. Is this thing still gonna come down? No, I didn't press the button on it.
That should be very useful. I hope no one expected.
Oh, yeah, Valley of the Gods. I've heard of that.
Smithers went down there and never came back.
That's pretty cool. I've pretty much stayed away from everything Half-Life Alyx. I know very, very little of it. Very little about it, and that's kind of the way I want to keep it, considering I get to play it now. So... okay, dude. I need a quick save more often. That dude's hairline. Dude, everyone's hairline in this game is, pretty wild, to say the least. Jesus Christ, Dan. Smithy dropping knowledge? Dude, Smithy knows his shit like this. You realize we know Smithy from Barley, and Barley used to be like huge on this shit. I mean, he is still huge on this shit, but he used to make videos about it and stuff. Why is it called Alyx? Because Alyx is one of the characters in Half-Life 2, and she's the main character in the new one.
This is my hiding spot, and I'm not moving until the situation is drastically improved.
I was thinking, I was like, I think he says that whenever you're on top of the generator. This is my hiding spot. Alright, we have to turn this shit on. This whole room doesn't make any sense. You are correct. It really doesn't. Purse is with the side. I'm with the science team. Jaeger, what's up, dude? Purse, Twitch soda, fucking beer, big brain. That's quite a story you just made with emotes, Kyle.
Excellent. Someone has restored all power.
Oh, I wonder who.
Up again in no time.
Hopefully the power still gets restored, even though I think he said he was gonna do it. He's gonna die down here anyway. This is... Can I use this? Oh my god, I was gonna say... Holy shit, that's so sick. I was gonna say, this is one of the more questionable designs in the game. You have to jump down here and take a shit ton of damage, and then you can come over here and use the first aid. But if you didn't have enough health and you drop down here, I don't know what you would do. All I wanted to do was watch porn with the team, with the boys. He drinks it. I'm gonna make some coffee, BRB. Sounds like a weird champ decision at midnight, but I know you did just get up. We're not gonna push boxes over here. Ow, dude. How much of shield did that get rid of? Quite a bit. There we go. That was better. I'm gonna need at least a 12 back. Don't make me open a beer, guys. One person mentions beer, and I'm like, alright, guys, don't peer pressure me. Fucking calm down. Woo! That was close. They can't see. They're like T-Rexes. Beer. Fuck, dude. I'm not opening a beer at 11:45 p.m. Their movement is based on vision. What's up, Wyatt? Core light. Reed's note from hand. Or Reed's hand. It's written on your palm. A core light. Dan, you're funny tonight. You're a funny guy. Alright, test fire! Whoa! Whoa! Got a little sweaty, dude. It smudged. You got Valorant beta access? That's all everyone's playing right now, so but I still want to finish RE1. I know, yeah. I think you called me the other night and I was already like fucking passed out. I fell asleep like really. My sleep schedule's been whack. But we'll finish it soon. We can do it in one more sitting. I'm sure of it. There's a lot of game left, but we can do it in one more sitting. All right. What's wax, Smippy? I like this perfectly made hole. There's even a ladder here? What the fuck? I don't remember a ladder being there. That got way darker than it was before. Your sleep schedule? Whack. I forget what I say all the time, guys. I'll say, oh, that's stupid, and someone will say, that is stupid, and I'll be like, what's stupid? Yeah, that falls sketchy. Okay. I got the Maggie Numb. Wait, have I played this part before? Did you say you recognize this? Huh. Oh yeah, Smithy. I know, it's bad. Oh yeah, Gabe died on it whenever we were playing. Yeah, Valorant is stealing all my friends right now, Wyatt. I have no one to talk to. the matches last like an hour and a half long. So like, if they start a match, they're sucked in. Was I just watching a speedrun? I don't know. Yeah, I know. I'd feel that sometimes. That was stupid. Beep. Why did I do that? Oh, dude! I don't think I've ever fallen off of that. Where does this take you? To death! Wait, no, it doesn't. What the fuck? Where does this take you? Oh, it takes you back to the fucking beginning. It takes you back there. Oh, that's so stupid. I was being dumb and I was doing like some bunny hop bullshit whenever I don't need to be. Just climb up it. Oh my god. My mom made sweet potato fries? Dude. That sounds fucking awesome. What does that even do? I always turn it every time I played the game, but I don't know what it does. Oh, is it put... I don't know what that does. Yeah, well, this pipe makes no sense, Smithy. It extends it? Okay, well... Oh, it was like that piece right there? That's really stupid. Dude. Oh my god. The first time this happened to me, I got, like, actually, like, it freaked my brain out and I got, like, motion sickness from it. We should play Battlefield 1 instead of Battlefield 1. I have that on Xbox, dude. It makes more sense in Black Mesa. I can't wait to play Black Mesa. I should play that soon. This pipe right here, the one that's separately colored, this is the one that gives me motion sickness. Oh! Also, it fucking hurts. Is there a way to have it not hurt? Nope. Whoa! What the fuck? How the fuck did that? It came. What the fuck was that? I haven't seen that before. Oh my, dude! I don't know what happened. I want to land on this table. Dude, it's like a random... I don't know what happened, Smithy. That was weird. I gotta land on like a box. Let's hug the left side. Oh, there we go. That's better. We're gonna get fucking health there anyway. Oh, I didn't know that squished him. That's so funny. Wow, that was some... that was some wild shit, dude. Break it. Dude, I squeezed him. Yay! If you just keep walking forward. That would make the most sense. Gmod crowbar. No, Half-Life crowbar. The crowbar isn't even in Gmod. New chapter? Power up. Oh, yes, it's this. Get away from this fucking thing, dude. It's gonna kill everyone. Is that the crowbar from Left 4 Dead? Yeah. Fucking gotcha. You thought I didn't know? Grew up watching Vanoss. I was in high school whenever that was like popular. I think he still is, but...
Mister, you can get the power on. That plane will take us straight to the surface. Try it yourself.
No.
Generator room.
We need to turn the power on. I do not care for them. Me neither. Pretty cringe, bro. I was in middle school. Well, yeah. That would be about right. You are 6 years younger than me, Rick, so... Knock it off, dude. I should not be using this on them. We got fucking grenades for days. That is a very explodey room. Who summoned me? We summoned you like 40 minutes ago, but you were playing Valor Ants. Valor Bugs Life. I don't even remember what I was talking about with you now. Oh, I was trying to show you something cool. Oh, Smithy. Oof. Got a tourney on Saturday. What the fuck? The game isn't even out yet. Oh, his leg! No, Gabe, I was just trying to show you something. But it's okay. Leg! Key drops on... I don't know what that means. Usually that thing comes out. No, dude. I'm out of ammo. I should be using this, really. Is he a loser? Alright. Did we come from... Yeah. Turret. Am I just wasting this? Okay. I wanted to play it, but you have to watch people stream it to get the key? Right. Yeah, it's kind of a stupid idea. I don't know what they were thinking with that. I can't tell if Gabe was kidding or not. And that is weird. Yeah, it is Riot. True. I mean, I, like, loathe League of Legends, so... Yikes, dude, they're everywhere. Oh my... Jesus. Is Fortnite like 100% gone? Good. I'd rather Valorant be at the top. I'll take anything to get rid of Fortnite. Please. He kicked me, dude. It's fucking rude. Here we go. I don't know though, I'm curious how long people will play it, or if it's just like, everyone's playing it because it's new, you know? I wonder if it'll stick like, something like Overwatch, like there are people who are still playing it like 5 years later. Yeah, no, I wasn't super interested in it, but I don't know, a lot of people that are playing it like didn't play Counter-Strike, and I think they're like, I don't know, they're like interested in it because they didn't play Counter-Strike, and it like pretty much like mashes it in Overwatch. Fuck, this is bad. I hope I saved. I did. Okay, we need to... Oh yeah, it's bad. Too many overclock. What is counter? You literally mentioned Counter-Strike earlier. What do you mean, Rick? What do you mean, what is Counter-Strike? No, I didn't. Yes, you did. You said this game reminds you of Counter-Strike. And I said because that's what this came from. Or that's what it came from. You literally mentioned it earlier. There's no way. Your message log is gonna be like messed up. I said TF2? I think you talking about both! Reboot! What's up, dude?
This absolute beast playing the OG Half-Life.
Dude, my fucking man. Holy shit! 16 months! Reboot, what the fuck is up? Rick is a zoomer? I mean, yeah. What's up, homie? Artsy fartsy. Oh, this is from last night. I woke from a dream that you had 18k viewers and all the stream was that you were making pancakes? What? I didn't even see you say that. Who said it then? I'm waiting for you to say this looks like Gmod, because you said that. You said it gives me CSGO vibes! You literally said it! That's what Counter-Strike is! Do you only know it as CSGO? Brandon, what the fuck? Rick, you are so weird. Yo, Reboot, thank you for the fucking resub, dude. How you doing? I'm doing good. I didn't know what CSGO stood for. Oh my god, Rick. We gotta teach you what a video game is. We got gifters. Brandon, thank you for gifting a sub to Lovely Orphan, dude. Random, but appreciated. Thanks, homie. Rick, you're amazing, but we need to teach you what video games are. Because your knowledge on them is very weird. Rick, stop saying that. It's making me feel weird. You keep going, I only played Halo 5 whenever I was growing up, and I'm like, Rick, that just came out. It's freaking me out. Stop. Brandon, what are you what is this? Why was it so delayed? Holy shit, dude. The gift subs. Brandon, what are you doing, dude? Thank you for gifting a sub to Quint! My man Quint, he was here last night. We gotta open that thing back up. Ah, where'd you come from? Dude, thank you, Brandon. I was begging my dad to start up Doom on his old-ass Windows computer when I was a wee lad. Yeah, see, that's fucking awesome. My timing is impeccable. Brandon, what are you doing right now? What is happening? Where is Mooey saying, any gifters? CSGO is a mobile game, yeah. Brandon, is it? Oh no. It's an Xbox 360 title. 3 head. Brandon, thank you for gifting a sub to Tina, dude. Tina with the little lurky. Thank you, homie. Jesus. Boy, must have gotten that Rona. Oh, yeah, I did too today. But I gotta make sure I be responsible. It actually, like, I'm kind of messing with Rick, but CSGO actually is on the Xbox 360. Tina, how you doing, dude? I hope you're doing good. Stay lurking. Don't feel like you have to come out. But enjoy my emotes. Oh my god, dude. Brandon is going wild right now. Tormy got one. Let's go, dude. Tormy deserves one. Brandon, thank you for the 4 gift subs. What the fuck, dude? This guy's gonna make me open a beer, dude. When I get excited, I start cracking open beers. Tormy isn't even here and everyone's going, Tormy! Everyone's just excited that Tormy got a sub. I love me some Tormy, man. I'm done. Thank you for the 4 gift subs, Brandon. Holy shit. I appreciate it, man. Or for 3 and... Rick, stop. Rick, please, stop! I beg you! We're just excited because Tormy got a random gift sub. Twitch picked him whenever Brandon gifted one. What's another childhood classic of yours? Super Mario 64, Ocarina of Time. Didn't grow up with Earthbound. Diablo 2 was probably my favorite. Diablo 2 is my favorite PC game growing up. Half-Life, I mentioned I played this on PS2 growing up, weirdly enough. Yeah, those are most of the ones in there that I grew up with. Reboot, we talked about this yesterday. And yeah, I guess. Never seen a Diablo. It's for PC. You think Diablo is like Doom? Oh my god. I've got to stream Diablo 2. If I stream Diablo 2, I want like a party to play it. And I feel like Barley would have to stream that with me. Because I don't know. It'd be a good game to have Barley play with. Rick thinks Diablo is like Doom. This is what I'm saying, guys. The reason I'm teasing Rick is literally his video game knowledge is so bizarre. Wyatt, will you? Oh yeah, Wyatt would play. I mean, please stop. I want Gabe to play Diablo 2 as well. I make Gabe play all these old games, and he's like, what the fuck? This is jank. He like appreciates them for what they are, but it's hard to get people into a game that they didn't like grow up with, you know? As a kid at my friend's house, I saw her brother playing Earthbound. I asked, is that Pokemon? And he was so mad. It was the same team that made Pokemon, so... Or a lot of the same people. Win Resi Resistance? Oh no. We already did that reboot. It wasn't good. Out of your faves list, I grew up with Portal 2. Portal 2, I was in high school, so... But Portal 2 stays one of my faves. Okay, we're gonna have to move...
I'm never gonna make it. You better go on without me.
Okay. Oh, we've got to get rid of him. Okay. When did Portal 2 come out? 2012. Yes, I know that off the top of my head. It's 2011 or 2012. Pretty sure it's 2012. Like, pretty sure. Because I was a sophomore in high school in 2012. Hey, big man! Oh, no, dude! Bunny hop to victory? Hey, come here. No! I fucking missed it by a second. Alright, we can do this better. Come here. Hello? No! God damn it, dude. He fucking jebaited me. Really? I always thought he had to be in between the coils. Ooh, that was the best run so far, though. I think I'm going too fast. Yeah, you're right, Smithy. Halo is very good. Halo was a big thing for me growing up, too. What in my faves list I have Halo 3, right? Halo 3 is still, in my opinion, Halo 3 is the best multiplayer experience of my entire life. I don't think anything will... I'm not even gonna say I don't think. Nothing will ever match Halo 3's multiplayer experience for me. Discount! Oh, I'm touching the rails, that hurts.
Alright. Who shit my pants?
Dude, that might be a... that might be a you problem, brother. Panda, thank you for the follow. Discount 21 months, dude. 31. Fucking 9 plus 10. PlayStation 4, Xbox Live. Alright. Make that jump. No, ouch. Discount. Thank you so much, dude. How you doing, homie? Oh, we're gonna have to do this fucking twice. Can I press this from... Oh my god, dude. I didn't know. That guard just keeps bleeding out on the floor. Yeah, he's not having a great time. I'm glad you mentioned him because I just got more ammo. I found a new mic I'm gonna buy. Okay. What are you looking at? Sonic Adventure? See, I grew up with Sonic Adventure 2. We've talked about this though. Wow, that was a pretty weak wall. We're about to be on a rail, boys. That's the name of this next chapter. It's kind of a toughie. The road in T1A? If it's a road, Mike, that's probably like a lot, right? The road in T... I should know that just from the name. Or in T1? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I know that, Mike. I think it's a bit of a low point. Yeah.
Waiting for you. One of your scientists
I don't mind it, but it's like...
You're supposed to take this old rail.
Shut up.
Some kind of satellite delivery rocket. I don't know where it is exactly.
Alright. Oh, yeah, blind playthrough, this part does suck. Residue processing, I got stuck in there really bad. Which is better for vocals. Okay. Oh yeah, the zappy shit doesn't matter. I remember whenever I first saw that you could fucking control this car, I was like, yo. They shortened it in Black Mesa, really? It's probably a smart move. It probably needed it. I'm probably gonna get lost at least once. I've done this a lot. God damn, Kyle. Thanks, dude. Oh, wait. I knew that wasn't the way to go. Alright. Game driver is available. Thank you, GeForce. That's exactly what I need right now. Please go away. You don't have to shoot the signs? That's pretty cool. What the fuck? Where? Oh, it's up here. How did that see me? Oh, well, yep. Alright, I guess so. We're gonna go back. I don't think I've ever had this thing see me right here. Now I want to go ahead and get rid of it. What a toss! Alright. We're gonna save that. Oh yeah, it's like, it doesn't explain itself at all. Pro gamer. I'm done with work. Nice! Welcome to Freedom Town. I did not. I meant to be on that. Fuck. These things are so annoying. Okay. This is all optional. Yeah, I used to get stuck on this section really bad. As a kid, dude, I think I put the game down for like a month because of this part. Gross. Stop! You're disgusting! The thing with my video game knowledge is I quit playing games after like 5th grade. I didn't play a lot of games in middle school. And after I started watching your streams is when I started gaming again. I'm glad I could like reignite that in you, Rick. That's fucking awesome. I think I looked up guides at certain points. I definitely did. I was supposed to stream tonight, but I'm debating going to sleep really early instead. I tired. Hey man, if you're tired, fucking take the night off, get some sleep, Jade. I would if I were you. I know that's always like a really hard thing to decide. I cancel streams in like a heartbeat sometimes because I'm just like, fuck, I can't tonight. I can't do it. I'm too tired. I'm not in a good mood. I don't have energy. Want any of those things. I'll be like, should I stream? I usually message Kyle and Rick and I'll be like, should I stream, guys? And then they're like, yes. I'm like, okay. Well, actually, sometimes they're like, I don't know, do you feel like it? And that doesn't help me. Because I'm like, oh no. Oh fuck, it's 1 a.m. Yes. I know, I started later tonight. My stream's only halfway through right now. God damn, dude. It's gonna be a late night, boys. I might have 0 people here whenever I'm done. Honestly, like, On a Rail, though, is like a decent chunk into the game for 2 hours. Or, it's almost 3 hours, so. We've still got a lot of Half-Life left. Hell yeah. If you guys ever need me for anything, even though I never respond to fucking anything, I'm here for you guys, too. Bop, bop. Because I'll be here. Oh yeah, you just woke up and then you drank coffee. What the fuck? Alright, here we go. What? My character just jumped for no reason. Give me a second here, alright? There's health. And that's it. Alright. Yeah, on first playthrough, it's like 10 hours. But, I mean, I was flying through the beginning sections. I am no speedrunner, but I do know the game pretty freaking well. It's got a lot of content in it. Yeah, we haven't even gotten to the alien weaponry yet or anything, so... We've got a lot left. I could probably beat this game in 2 streams, I would say. Yeah, we can move the claw. Okay. I have those boxed iced coffee things and drink a mocha one. Nice, dude. Hell yeah. Ow, dude, I got zapped. You've only played through it once? I love this game. You only really need to play through it once, but... Oh my... Not like this, dude! Alright, what can I do differently here? How do I tackle this? You can tell he's not spearing, he's using the tram. Do they avoid it? Because that's fucking awesome. What's up, Twap? I believe that entirely, that they would just avoid it. They pretty much avoid everything else, so... Yeah, I should have had this out the whole time. Problem is this thing fucking rotates. Oh, what a bad time to reload, Gordon! Fucking... I forgot mouse wheel down, I set to jump. For the first time in years, I've fallen asleep at 9 p.m. without drugs. What's up, Anthony? Well, you just woke up now. So is that good or bad? Oh my god, alright. We need to slow the tram down when we get there. shit, dude. Okay. That's what I usually do. I was trying to figure out what I normally do there. Okay, bed night. Good night. Thanks for hanging out, Smithy. Have a good night, brother. Thank you for being my Half-Life buddy. Oh, yeah, there's a lot going on. Can I shoot you? Is this even hitting you? I don't think it is. Didn't I just save right here? Okay. Don't worry about these guys. Quick, pause the game. I have to pee. I promise you nothing story is going to happen because there, like, is no story in this game. I can't believe how clean real hardware Die Hard looks when you... Yeah, that was insane. I was amazed by it, too. I was like, fuck, maybe I should play it through my Wii. Just ran over that man's head. Alright, hold on. That is not how I'm entering this. I thought you could charge it? And that to Cameron, boys! They just let it happen. Easy. I will say, though, I fucking hate controller, and this is the last time I ever do controller runs. Why are you... Anthony, why exactly are you revisiting it? Because I don't have sub 1. Let me get real hardware world record, and then just let me keep it. And that's the only one I'll ever hold. Except that's never gonna happen, because I'm sure even on controller you're a fucking madman at it. You probably have everything down like frame perfect on real hardware. Where is... I heard the turret. I ever run die on Boulevard after jumping through... Wait, what? After jumping through the... Oh, yeah, that happened to me last run, Anthony. Yeah, that happened to me last run, and I was like, okay. He did not pull the pin out of that grenade. That's bullshit. Okay. That was pretty shitty, but... Shield. I gotta use my grenade rounds more. I have fucking 10 of them. Nice. Okay, so we flipped up a little barrier. There's not much else up here. Yeah, strafing's really easy on the GameCube controller. Absolutely. What? Okay, apparently that laser's just gonna stay there. Oh, and that one. What? What the fuck? Alright. Game's broken. Where did I leave the cart? Okay, well, we never got it over here. What the fuck? There we go. That's nice. As long as we aren't touching the rails, we can do this. Did we leave it all the way back here? Where the fuck? Fuck you. Okay, well, we don't want that. There it is. Jesus. Oh, nice. Oh no, I saw my first texture glitch. Where was it? Did it fix? I think it fixed. I saw something. Like the sound of me beating him with the crowbar. Dup, 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 dup. Alright. We're gonna get through On a Rail pretty quick. Smithy was talking about how it's like annoying, but really only on your first playthrough. And if you don't know where you're going, he is correct. This section is very annoying if you don't know exactly what to do. You gotta download CSGO. No, dude. No black and purples. You'll see. I'm sure a texture will glitch at some point. Oh, no. Fuck you. Did that kill them? Dude. My health. I don't even want to save, because there's, like, not going to be any health anywhere. Alright. Oh, Anthony, you would have been livid earlier. Rick said, this looks like Gmod. I said, oh no. And then 40 minutes later, Rick goes, this kind of reminds me of CSGO. And then I was talking about Counter-Strike all night, and Rick goes, what's Counter-Strike? I was like, what do you mean? I was like, you were talking about it earlier. He's like, I have never said Counter-Strike in my life. I was like, Rick, you literally were talking about it earlier. He's like, no, I wasn't. So I went back in his message logs and I was like, Rick, you literally said right here, CSGO. And he goes, yeah? I was like, Counter-Strike. Rick just doesn't... I'm just surprised you've heard, like, you know what CSGO is, but you... I don't know. It's just funny. Taco, what's up, dude? How you doing, homie? Yikers, dude. He ran right into me! Alright, that's too close. We gotta pull out, like, the shotgun or something. I'm good, man. I gotta play this. You've had to have played this before, right, Taco? Thank you for taking care of these men. Kinda, yeah? I feel like you would love this. This is right up your alley, Taco. Ah! Fuck you! Not right now, please. Welcome to Yikersville. CS 1.6, Counter-Strike Source, CSGO. Okay. Oh, Rick. Alright, Rick, you shouldn't have told me that. Rick knows CSGO because he watched Leafy do surf. Oh my god. Yeah, he also shot me 6 times. Fuck you. I wish this was readable. I understand why it's not. You really are just digging that grave. My condolences, I hope your taste improves. Just drink this and get 1 health at a time here. There we go. There's still one of these fuckers around? Where? Oh, yeah. This is a Die Free Man. Or however the fuck they spell it. Surrender Freeman. Dude, fuck you. I'm gonna throw a grenade in there. That was perfect. Surrender Freeman. You misspelled it, man. I keep getting caught on, like, ledges tonight. Yeah, you're dead, Freeman. I'm a transparent man. I know my past mistakes. Oh my god, Rick. Okay. Yikes! I probably should not stand that close, and I should go across the way. I don't... Honestly, this... I might get a little confused here. Because I don't know that I remember how you open this door. Yup, I don't remember how to get through here. Shit. I think we have to go back. Jesus, so mean. I don't remember how you get through this wall. This is where I'll get stuck, boys. No. It's like emo, but for cool kids. I'm not gonna lie, guys. I always forget this part every time I do it. I don't know how I consistently forget how to do this, but it's every single time I play it, I'm like, you don't just like blow a hole in this, do you? I really don't think so. No, there's supposed to be like a guy here, right? I always forget what to do here. I don't want to like sit here and look it up. I thought I remember there being a guy here. I think there's just a path that I forgot to go down. Because there's like a shit ton of paths. Okay, that's my footsteps. I was like, what the fuck is happening? Okay. X is another punk band? I've heard of X. I don't know any songs by X, though. Oh, there it is. There's the textures. All right, you see the textures right now? Oh, yeah. I knew I saw them earlier. Ooh. That looks sexy. Oh, you have to look at it from here. It's very weird. Oh, missing textures and fucking Source is so weird. This isn't even Source Engine. This is just normal Half-Life, so... I mean, it's basically Source Engine. Okay, well, if he's alive, that means we did not come up here. So that's good. Fuck you. I actually don't think this is anything, though, which is kind of annoying. Your boy got to file for unemployment today. I did, but I might be I don't know. My parents were just making me anxious about it whenever they were talking to me about it. They're like, you might make too much money from Twitch now to get unemployment. And I'm like, are you fucking kidding? The problem is with Twitch is that it changes every month. It varies, you know? So I don't know. I don't know how this shit works. What's CSGO? I don't know. Oh, I gotta go down here. I never went down here. I don't think. No, I did. I'm thinking of something else. Maybe I'm thinking of something later on. Oh, dude! Gabe, did you see what Anthony just said, dude? Don't report Twitch and come evade taxes. Yeah, there you go. What the fuck? That's weird. That's weird, Dan. There's never shit in that box. I got 4 iron nuggets from the box. And I was like, oh shit. It's actually pretty impressed by that. Okay, see, that's fucked up. No, there's no way, unless I have to go like way back down or something. What could I possibly be missing? I don't know what to do here. It's gotta be something up here. I always get stuck on this part. It's like the end of On a Rail too. I just have no idea what the fuck to do. So you can run all this way and then you gotta do something and then you can bring your cart all the way through. But what is that something you have to do? There's gotta be like a button or something. No, there's not shit. No, Gabe! Gabe, are you listening to me? Hello? Did you see what Anthony said? Did you see what Anthony just said? Nah, I wish Riot Fest was good again. The thing above that. Yeah, dude! Anthony, we saw them live as well. They were an opener for some band that we saw. I don't remember who. You city folk and your bands. There's nothing up there. Dude, I feel fucking stupid. What am I supposed to do? Alright, dude. I'm supposed to walk up to it. Alright, this guy's a little fucking cheesy. I think every time I come in here, I overthink it, and that's what happens. Dude, that was a fucking bank shot. Yeah, Anthony, they were a random opener, and we saw the band name, and we're like, what? Gabe, do you remember what show that was? Who did they fucking tour with? Hardcore Parkour. Stop calling this game Gmod, please. Yeah, Jeff Rosenstock Live is kind of a must for me. One day. Oh, alright. Oh, you're right. It was Joyce Manor. You're right. Forgot that we saw them live twice. Alright, dude. Ah! Someone asked me earlier if one of those ever killed me, and I was like, no. You're dead, free man. This game really copied Gmod. Give Gary his game back. Why? Who keeps farting in this game? What are you talking about? Are you talking about this? Doesn't sound like a fart. It's the fucking weirdest alien fart I've ever heard in my life. Alright, dude, I forgot about the fucking rocket. Justice for Gary. You literally just have to come around this corner and be crouched. Fucking loser. No! I want that med kit. Alright. We're back in full swing here. That's awesome. That's fucking awesome, Anthony. Alright. There's a perfect time for a grenade here, and I want to use it! Alright, dude, what a fucking waste. Fuck you. They all dodged it, too! You fuckers. Please. Okay. Restart this, dude, just give up on the song at that point. Restarting it 4 times, that's bad. Oop. Die! No! Fuck you. Rick in one sentence just said, "This game looks cool. Also, I'm not enjoying watching you play it." Wow, thanks, Rick. Or maybe that's not what you meant by that. You're saying that you wish you knew more about it. Okay. I took that as you going, wow, I wish I enjoyed this more. I was like, ouch, dude. Well, Rick, like I said, this game doesn't have, like, all the story is at the very beginning and you were still asleep. But I mean, the story is literally you come into work because you're a scientist. They have you do this experiment and you put the crystal in the big laser. Whenever you do that, everything explodes and the aliens invade. And then, the military's like, oh fuck, we gotta come kill everyone now. I prefer Purce's reading. Fuck you, Dan. I love this game. I wish I loved it. No, 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 no. I want that one. This one's mine now. I'm fast as fuck, boy! Gordon Freeman. Gordon Ramsay. Rick, you're gonna be seeing a lot of Half-Life because I want to stream all of them now before I play Alex, which hopefully, dude, I'm really praying now that I'm able to get a fucking index. I hope they're not like, yeah, it'll be shipped in 8 months because of coronavirus. I'll be so fucking upset. I never beat Half-Life 1? Shit, dude. Oh my fucking god, dude. That didn't make it in. Nope. Dude, Alex looks so fun. I cannot wait. Nice game, good game. I am staying away from everything about it, considering I get to play it now. I am not going near it. But everyone that has played it, that is a Half-Life fan, said it was fantastic. So, that's good. I shouldn't have taken damage from that. Alright. I didn't know there were so many fucking enemies up here. Where are they? Oh. What was the sound? Get up there. Everybody seems to love it, so it must be good. Dude, I really don't think Valve will put out a bad game. Like, you know what I mean? If they have the balls to release another Half-Life, they're not gonna fuck that up. They're gonna make sure it's fucking awesome. It made you cry? Dwap, you love Half-Life, don't you? Every game or every mainline game? I've never played Blue Shift and Opposing Force, so I want to stream those as well. So, every game? Are there weird spin-offs I don't know about? Because then I'll do Half-Life 2, and then Episode 1 and 2. And that's all of them, yeah? Isn't Gabe Newell the meme guy from Valve? Yeah, he's the creator of... Well, I shouldn't say that because I'm not exactly sure. He's the game director for Half-Life. He's not like the... Is he the creator of Valve? Decay and Lost Coast. What the fuck? Who has that? That's a global emote? Oh my god. Yeah. I'm Gabe Newell. Wait. Oh, wait, I remember this. Nice, we have one too. Okay, what you want to do is put an explosive in here and send it up. That explosion was a lot of things. That's all I'll say. Jesus Lord! What? I'm sorry, what? What the fuck? There's some weird glitches in Half-Life, dude. The arcade Half-Life game? Okay, not everyone then. Main series. What the fuck just happened? That was so broken. I need to put this fucking thing away, it sucks. Oh, that sucks, Anthony. Wait a second. Oh yeah, I think there were a bunch of boxes here or something. Something happened whenever I did that. Unless I'm thinking of another elevator. I'm pretty sure that's the right one though. Okay. We're almost done with the longest section of the game. It's so unnecessarily long. Valve did make Ricochet. I've never played Ricochet. I really don't even know what the fuck it is. I just know it exists and they did make it. Please. Get this fucking shit out of the way, dude. Gordon Freeman stopped by a fucking roadblock. Whatever will he do? Man, sorry, condolences about your taste again. Yeah, Rick, that's a terrible way to learn about games. Rick, do you still watch Game Grumps? It's an important question. Not really. Good. When are you gonna play Artifact? No! Insane, stop! I was like, what the fuck is Artifact? No, dude. Don't mention it. Well, that would have been annoying. I'm glad we didn't do that. Alright. Do they even play games anymore? Yes. They still are Let's Players. No! I keep forgetting that I set scroll wheel down to fucking... I don't know that that shit's loaded in yet. Maybe it is. You can't sell it more than Larry making a company and having like, yeah, they have a lot of employees. For like what? They record video games on a couch. Why do they need an office and 30 employees? Doesn't make any sense. Honestly, I'm still set on like that's why JonTron left. Because Aaron wanted to like monetize it, and I think JonTron was like, nah. I really think that's what happened. And then they got in a big fight over it. Oh, well, yeah, Rooster Teeth is different. I would say. I mean, all of Rooster Teeth's stuff I, like, do not watch now, so... I mean, that sucks, but... They still carried for a long time. And they're still funny people, I just don't watch their new shit. No, dude. Fuck. That's such a small window. I didn't get it. Alright, I didn't get it again. I need to aim up higher. That didn't go in either. Alright. Fuck you! I guess I'm losing all my shield. You suck. Oh my god. Dude! You really have to fucking nail this toss in there. There we go. B-hop it, coward. Quick save, quick load, quick save. Dude, that's how this game works. Here, I'll look at that. I can strafe jump that in one go. Alright. There we go. The grenade bouncing off the top of the gun.
Sabotage, maybe? Yeah, maybe. All I know for sure is he's been killing my buddies. Oh yeah, he'll pay.
Yeah. Alright. That was quite a fight. All I know is he's killing my buddies. There's actually a turret in that section you guys did not see. It's a piece of shit. It makes a lot of sense, yeah. No! Oh, they have that too. Fuck you guys. I'm not fucking. No, your fucking grenade. God, you suck. There we go. This will be fun to bunny hop around. I'll show you, it's like some of the crazy strafing you can do with bunny hopping. You can gain so much speed from it. I'm learning it a little bit. It's just weird because I'm learning it in Portal 2 where you have way less speed. Oh, we're back to the metal sound. Alright. If we can somehow fucking make it over this without tripping these. Okay. Alright, dude. Dude. Hi, I'm Gerald. This is my mod. Gerald's mod. It stands for Gary. Or Gary's. Gmod is Gary Newman's Half-Life mod. There we go. Fuck you, bitch. Portal. That's a Valve game. It's so much faster when you're like indoors. I feel like it just I guess it just looks faster. Oh yeah, dude. This part's the best. Who knows if me, Shane, and Gabe will ever finish this? Gabe is still here. Gabe, spoilers now. I'm past where me, you, and Shane are. Remember the G4 show Portal? No. I remember G4. Spoilies. Okay. Oh shit, dude! Gabe's favorite, what, spoilers? Oh, fuck! Don't spoil Half-Life for me. Bro, you can't watch no more. This Chochi music video looks great, yeah. It was honestly very fitting for what game we're playing. Alright, sick. Oh, there's like a... Oh, that'd be cool if you could do that. Dan, thank you for the host, dude. Thank you guys for hanging out with me all night. Oh my... I just wanted to play one of my good man games, okay? That's what this is. This is a good man game. Why are you fucking lolling at me, bro? Did I get a texture problem there? Yep, there it is, right there. There's just certain angles you stand at. My big man game. Where is it? He's up there. It's a fucking turret guy. Oh, wait. Do we use... Oh, yeah. Yeah, we definitely use this. Apprehension time. Oh, shit! I don't know that I should have done that. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, Rick. This game was very revolutionary. I like how Doom fucking changed everything. I hate this part. I hate this part so much. Please, dude! Oh, fuck! That's so not good! Oh, it's right there. It's got Mario 64 healing. If you lose all your health underwater, you just gotta get above water and get all your health back. What was that? Was I at 62? No. I was at 64. Okay. That's that's kind of how Doom was. Hey gamers, I'm back. Welcome back, Anna, my fucking fellow gamer. Monka S music. Hey! Yo, Germ! Well, everyone's coming in so late. What's up, Germ?
Did you see it? They said it was hauled from the Chelsea.
Jay, thank you for the host. Germ, thank you for the host. What's up, Germ? What's up, bitches?
Waters until a week ago. There's a tranquilizer gun in the shark cage.
Insane, thank you for the host. Jesus, you guys host train, boys. I tried playing Doom 64 and it made me motion sick. Why? You're only running at 60 miles per hour. True. No, I understand that, Rick. Definitely. There's some games that just make me, like, really motion sick like that. They're all first-person games, though. Thankfully, Half-Life does not do that. I was out here getting dubs, my man. You guys are playing a lot of Warzone. How's that going? Oi! Kill him! Oh no. It's fucking... Oh god, I ran out! Oh my god. Yo! Anna with the 10 bits, thank you. Gamers! You're my bit dad now. Enjoy being my father. That are 2D but 3D style makes you sick? 3v3 gunfights. What is that? Is that a new mode in just normal COD? I have not heard of it. Alright, you fucking idiot. I may have ran out of crossbow, but just poke your fucking dumb head out. You fucking dummy. There's one weapon you can shoot underwater. It might be the pistol. Besides the crossbow. It is the pistol. Ow, dude! God, I fucking hate you. They have tournaments? Oh, that's cool. Enjoy being my father. Yo, Anna! With 5 bits, I enjoy being your butt daddy. Oh my. Bit! My butt daddy, huh? Is this gonna update today? Let me restart it. Oh, dude, come on. Come on, put Anna as the bit dad. My, every time, the first time I get bits in a stream, I have to, like, reset my bot. It's really annoying. But then after I do it once, it usually updates after a minute. My bit dad is no one. It got discount. Let's see. Bit Papa Streamlabs. That one, yep. That's the one. Well, you're the bit dad in my heart. Maybe it'll update in an hour. Because that's Streamlabs for you. Dada, what's up, dude? Angry Moon Moon emote. Ay. That could be your butt daddy, too. Why is it not updating? Stream's making me mad now. Now I'm not going to be able to look away from this. Please, dude. I beg you. Huh? Where did it get that? It pulled that from somewhere. I don't know what that just was. Okay. Oh, there's some tricky ice jumps in here. Dude, we used oh, I had more crossbow bolts. It just ran out of the first clip. I'm fucking stupid. Like right underneath my eyes, swollen. It's annoying. What the fuck did you do? The angry birthday. Oi! No, you can make that jump. I refuse to do it any other way. You're stupid. Dude, you can do it. It's cool too. Yeah! And then you yoink! Ah! Leave me alone, dude. Okay, masher time. It's like a shortcut. Oh yeah, ammo. Oh. Can't you just go this way then? Alright. I'm gonna tell you right now that I'm gonna die on this. At least once. I'll punch your other eye and then... Oh, that's the worst, like whenever you have something on your nose and you can see it. I know what you mean, Rick. I still got smashed? Oh, I fell underneath it. Nice. Okay. We're having Half-Life Hazardous course? Oh shit, really? Yo, that sounds fucking sick. Somebody that's gonna be like really good at it? Oh, I can't wait to watch. I hope it's not at fucking like 7 a.m. Hello. Don't you even think about it! Shotgunning a head crab. 7:10 a.m.? No, dude. Neither of those times. Please. They're cute and can be rendered mostly harmless. Yo, what's up, brother? What are you doing?
Gordon Freeman, it is you, isn't it? The
Yep.
science team has been tracking your progress with the Black Mesa security system. Unfortunately, so is the military.
Oh,
That
totally not
security
that.
force is full of tracking devices.
They do be
Look,
kind of
it's
thick,
better than going
though.
naked in this place. It's cold in there, and you'll have to hurry. It could sap your suit power in a matter of moments. If you're bent on reaching the Lambda complex, then you'll want to keep to the older industrial areas where the security system is full of holes. It's worked for me so far.
It's full of holes. Don't you have to, like, help me through or something? No, you don't. Okay. Oh, yeah, it's cold in here. It's cold in here, dude! Ow! I'm taking damage from being cold! Oh my god. Alright, it's a little bit... It do be kind of warmer down here, though. Anna, how did you find my stream again? I already forget. Cause you're newer, but you've been here a lot, and you're fun to have around. You kind of have the same sense of humor as us, so I'm glad we have you around. Nice. Am I fun, Dad? Of course you are, Anthony. You're one of my buds, dude. Oi! Hi, fun, Dad. I'm Markars. The only unfun one is me. Rick, shut your mouth. I love fucking bunny hopping, dude. So fun! I was bored and found you in my recommended small communities? Really? Alright, I wonder if there's somebody that we know then. If it's recommended, usually you know someone else? You're playing Wii games. Oh, did you find us whenever me and Gabe were playing Wii? Okay, that's why I forgot how we met you one night. Damn, dude, Twitch actually giving me cool people? Small community gang. I'm surprised that with like over 1,000 followers, they still put me in that. I guess just because I still sit around 20 viewers.
Make sure you don't.
I don't know anyone else here. You don't know, like, Glossed Garden? Or... I'm trying to think of somebody who hasn't been around for a little while. I'm also trying to think of people who have the same sense of humor as us. I don't know, that's weird. I'm a new viewer. Welcome in, Dan. If I may call you that. Jub Jub, Ice Cream Mikey. Yeah. Oh yeah, I didn't think about asking about Jub Jub. Mikey or Andy. Ah! Ninjas, dude. Stop! They're bringing in the special ops. They're very fast, dude. Stop it! Oh god. Oh my god. They're fucking scary, dude. Ah! They're the ninjas, dude. The assassins. Alright, dude. Okay, man. You fucked up a little bit. Oh god, that was such fucking sexy bee hopping, dude. Alright. Enjoy watching people play games more than playing them, so now I'm here, yeah. So just started getting back into watching Twitch again. It always feels weird because I didn't grow up playing games. I just started a few years ago. I play a lot of pretty fucking old games. Like this one's fucking 22 years old now. But I play new stuff too. I play fucking everything. I just play what I like. My favorite part of running a stream is people being like, Ricola? Ricola! That's fucking funny. Being a girl who knows a little about law games, hey, I'm just here with the boys now, am I right? Do not feel outcasted. Rick is a mod in here. Whenever we raid people now, I literally just, I go ahead and start off by saying, hey, by the way, his name is, just call him Rick. Because I have heard so many variations, or so many ways to say it. Woman alert, shut it down. Gamer girl! A fucking big siren starts going off. Okay. I'm getting a lot better at that. I think I could speedrun this game if I wanted to. I wouldn't be very good at it, but I'm interested in how they do it. Rick Watto? No, that's actually like how you say it. Rick Watto. Rick Watto. Yep. Yeah, we'll just start saying that, Rick. Alright, we are going to not only quick save, but we're going to make a new save. Because, last time I played this game, the game broke here for some reason. Oh, we have to hold it, don't we? Yeah, I know, Anthony. I thought about it again the other day. I was like, fuck, I still haven't done that. Send me the lines you want again. I will gladly do them. Shit, dude. I might even do it after stream tonight. But if not, I'll do them tomorrow. Because I don't have anything to do before my stream. Rick water bottle. Rick water. Rick, yo, what? Oh. I've always played a ton of Wii games. In the past few years, I got into The Sims, Animal Crossing, and other story games because they're more relaxed. Yeah. Fuck yeah, dude. I fucking love The Sims, dude. The Sims 1. I really love The Sims 1. 2, I also like. 3 is pretty good. I didn't touch 4. But the Sims 1, I have a lot of nostalgia for. Kyle, forward. You guys just forwarding back and forth, dude. Wait, what? An impression? I know an impression Purce is good at, but I still want to hear it. Huh? Deaf? Who's NL? New Legacy. Never heard New Legacy.
I see it.
I got beaten up.
Where are we taking this Freeman guy? Topside for questioning. What the hell for? We got him. Let's kill him now. And if they find the body? Body? What body?
That would be great, Anthony. Anna, don't worry, dude. You're very, very welcome here. Star Wars trash compactor? No! Good thing there's a perfect staircase going up it. You can be Fat Larry, Anthony. It's me, Austin. No. Gabe used to say that so fucking much. Just say, Just say poggers when something cool happens, or pog you. Whenever something sick happens, post this, or you can post my emote because you have a sub right now. Post my nobody. I feel like nobody uses my emotes, so post those. Let's scroll up and see the last time one of my emotes was posted. Okay, Wyatt put a birthday one. Maddie posted all of them. And that's it in the last, like, hour and a half. No boy, no girls here. I am a male. Okay, we gotta go down there. Here's a better pog. No. I'm gonna take damage from that. Oh, apparently not. Do you see that, guys? The outdoors. It's kind of because your FFZ is really on point. We don't even need my emotes anymore. Pants. Woo! Outdoors, outdoors, outdoors. Going back indoors. Hope you guys enjoyed the outdoor section. Oh, they took all my weapons, dude. Oh my god. You're speedrunning more, so purse clean. Yeah, there were a lot of purse cleans last night. I appreciated that. Yo. No, come here. No, I need your pistol. Okay. Just barnacle things. That was one way we could get it. We have like set health. We really don't even need to go down this hallway right now. I don't think this leads. Oh yeah, it does lead somewhere, but I don't think it does anything worthwhile. We can basically just see the area that we're gonna have to platform through in a second. Like, is there anything down here? Oh god, that's kind of making me dizzy. Oh yeah, there is. Alright, maybe I am glad we came down here. Barnacle Man? Mermaid Boy? No, it's Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy. Okay. He did get the hell out of here. Yeah, that's true. I did tell him to do that. I've been saving for 40 push-ups and I can't even get it. Oh, for the fucking jumping jacks? No, it's jumping jacks. Fuck no, dude. I can't do 40 push-ups. I just got 5K. Is it only 5K? Oh, bruh. I can turn them on. I turned them off because my feet have been fucked up. Go for it. Go for it, Anna. You saved up for it. Go for it. For some gulps later tonight? Oh yeah, you just woke up. I was like, later tonight. I did, Anna. See if you can... Don't call me daddy. Turn it on, daddy, please. Alright, now I'm turning them off. Alright. Just for you. All these hydrates. Dude. You gotta get fit, boy. I'm trying. We need... What the fuck? No, don't open that. I need a tune to go to. Spare jumping jacks, father, please. Anna, thank you for redeeming fucking 40 jumping jacks. Yeah, I paused it because, like, my feet have been fucking killing. In every single stream, fucking Frank comes in and goes, here's 80 jumping jacks. He just does it immediately, so I'm like, dude, this is not very good jumping jack music. You got me? Oh, shit, it just came onto a really good song, though. I don't want a jumping jack to that. I just need something hype. Alright. Let me tuck in, dude. Alright, boys. 40 of them bitches. Shane! What? Wait, why are you awake? Are you supposed to be awake? Anna, stop! Alright, here we go. $15, $16, $17, $19, $20, $29, $30. 40. Ow! I'm so out of shape. It hurts. I'm very out of breath, Rick. It's totally gonna happen eventually. Wait, what? For him to rip the headphone cord out? Oh yeah. I make sure that I have enough length. New Streamlabs front page? Oh, don't say that. Ew, well, first off, it's in light mode. Oh, it looks the same to me. Or do you mean like logging into it? Because yeah, that was different. Good job, you deserve... No. No lie, Purce, I just did them with you, but I'm wearing the leg weights. Nice, insane. Fit boys. Which I am not. Gotta go fast. I should be asleep. No, dude. Work is gonna be awful. I need to set my point redemptions. Anthony has 1, and I'm saving up for it. And I'm gonna hit him with it as soon as he starts his stream. And he's gonna be so mad. Oh, I'm saving up for it. I've got about 10,000 points so far towards it. We're 1/10 of the way there to perfect weapon. How many hours is 250k bitbox? I don't know. Kyle! Math man. Matt, thank you for the bean. No, dude. Alright, how about you get to pick? Blue, green, white, or orange? Oh shit! It's a fuck ton. Are you asking about the oh, you're asking about the VIP? Yeah, VIP is a lot. Orange? Is this the last one of this kind? Strawberry banana smoothie or dead fish? Oh! Oh, why are they... I feel like they're getting stronger the less I have in there. These are like the bottom of the barrel ones. Oh, that is so fucking gnarly, dude. Oh, Jesus Christ. Wow, that sucks. I don't like green goo. Me neither, the bomb. Me neither. Ugh, that takes so long to chew, too. Yeah, it was strawberry banana shade. Dwep, it's just like every single time I do it, it's just as bad as the very first time. Because I'm always expecting the good one for some reason. Thank you, Anthony. What are you drinking? Water. Just water. It's not, it's like washing it down, but the taste is still kind of there. Okay. So, yeah, someone gave me a bean, yes. The tears of his failures. It's exactly what's in there. I'm so upset my name isn't on the BitDad thing until that... Dude, I don't know why it's doing it. Yeah, I'm not dueling you. I'm only dueling Kyle. Leave me alone. Kyle is a coward. He won't accept it. Germ, please. Bro, don't even say that. Don't even say that, Rick. Dude, we're at 100% health. That's kind of poggers. Yes! Uh-oh. Purce, dude. Oh, hell yeah, Matt. Me and Shane fucking murdered it. Dude, I don't... Okay, so Anna gave bits earlier. Maybe Streamlabs is, like, down. Is Streamlabs broken? Maybe that's it. Hold on. Let me reopen this. Don't duel Purce, dude. Stop calling me Daddy, Anna, please! Purce. Shane and Gabe are here. You guys aren't allowed to watch this. Okay. Shane, you're banned. You're not allowed to watch this. Closing my eyes? I'm sure. Poggies. Alright, so let's see. Is it gonna make Anthony the dad now? Purce didn't accept. Oh, bruh! I almost just typed exclamation point Kyle space dual Falconer. Dual Falconer. Yeah, I know, Shane. Mine was doing that earlier, too. You were still recovering. Oh, fucking get out of here. Did you see that fucking strafe jump? Yeah, fuck you, Purce. Imposter. Ah! There's one thing that is unfortunate about this game. There's a very, very cool reveal, but since this is original Half-Life, it's like a really shitty looking JPEG. Because it's this huge... Okay, I owe Germ a bean still. Why? I don't know. What a pussy. Why doesn't this work? Everything else works. The newest sub is there. Why didn't it work? Now I'm fucking mad. Session top cheer. What if I do... Top gifters? Holy fuck, what? Oh, easy, dude. Monthly top cheer? Okay, that works. Streamlabs, are you broke, dude? Session top cheer. Nothing. What the heck? Huh. It broke? Dude, I also use Streamlabs chatbot. Do you think Streamlabs is down? What you gonna do when you're stimulated? Excuse me? Germ. Blue, green, white, or pink? I think Streamlabs actually just like went down because now my bot isn't working. I'm unsubbing. That's fucked up, dude. Oh no. Okay. Blue, green, white, or pink, Germ? You motherfucker. Bot. Exclamation point bot. Just tells you if it's up. You got Parsec? Yes, I do. I do. Shane didn't have enough to battle you. It costs 20,000 to duel. Shane's only got 7. Yeah. Bot works. Okay. But now my stream just doesn't. Anna, I'm sorry, dude. Thank you for the bits, though. Everything is broken. It didn't even give it to Anthony whenever he did it. Bro. Looks like you have recovered. Poggers. Hello? Okay. Oh yeah, this part. Nice! We're getting weapons back. Okay, well I'm glad that killed in one shot, because he immediately switched weapons. Oh, that's why. You're a nasty little sewage boy? How fucking dare you? Gordon do be in the sewage. Alright, we're at full. Wait, it told me I recovered. I'm not dueling anymore. The bot made me mad. Is there any reason to go down there? Pew! Ah! Nice. Whoa. Squishies. This is fucking scary. I can't see shit. Eesh. Alright, I'll take it. You challenged my cousin Rikuiti. Isn't that a wrestler? Rikishi. Marcus knew what I was talking about. And I knew it was Rikishi. I was just making a bad joke. Oh my god! Can we time this? Can we time it? Alright, apparently we don't have to time it. Ugh! Is this it? Are we there? Are we at the big reveal? No, not yet. Questionable ethics. I think this is my favorite chapter in the game. Shit. There are a lot of enemies up here, by the way. And I also broke that. That's amazing. Duel is broken? What do you mean? Duel Rikuwatu. Did it take your coins? They disappeared. What? How'd you manage to do the fan part? Oh, where I have to press the button and run back? I died a few times. But you just have to press it and immediately sprint back, I guess. Oh, this is my favorite part. I fucking love this shit. Hello? Haha, you're stupid. Ah! Woo! A Black Mesa golem ape. Give me your stupid weapon. Not yet? Okay. Wee. Oh, look at these little boys in the cage. What happens when I press this? Oh, that's kind of fucked up. So, what this part tells us is that the government already knew about the aliens and they've been doing testing on them. It's fucking wild, bro. Some wild shit. Germ redeemed a bean and I asked him what color and he never said. And he's still talking in chat. Germ, did you ever give me a color? Germ, please. Pick a color. You have to try all the beans? The goddamn government.
Hey, it's no good up there. It's all sealed off. The only way out would be to find someone with scanner access who can open the front door.
Oh, you said blue? Really? You want me to do blue? Blue's an easy one, are you sure?
Track them down and get them to let us out.
Adult goosebumps. Yeah, you know what the problem is with that? I'm not excited because I don't have Prime. So, it means nothing to me. Why make it to where you have to have Prime? Guess I get it, but fucking everyone in chat has to have Prime too. That's stupid. Check your scanner. Alright. Blue. Berry blue. Well, no, that's toothpaste, but it always tastes like berry blue. Videos free during COVID? Really? Yeah, I know, Anthony, right? It's like, oh, I need new viewers to come in while I'm watching fucking The Office. How's that not a headshot? There's no way. I gotta get both of these guys in one go. Okay. I got an insane shot last time. There we go. Yeah, I know. Blue is the easiest bean in the package. There's a green one that's grass or like green apple or something. No, I think they got rid of that in this one actually. They switched it to booger or pear. There used to be one that was like grass, and it's like grass isn't even that bad. It's high noon. Yeah, I was fanning the hammer. Avoid motion while retinal scan. I hear some aliens. The shotgun is not fantastic. Wait. No, I did it backwards. Go back to my save. Alright. What you need to do is open this. Oh, it only killed the stuff in the room. That takes too long. I'm just gonna kill them one by one. Ow. What a sound. Is this... do you just pick this one up? Yeah, alright. Check this shit out, guys. It's my little buddy, dude. He's my little man. He's cute. I need to watch Parasite soon. I'm kind of interested in it. Alright, I'm gonna see if there's anything I'm missing. Rip Rabbit. It was bad. That's more server time they need to buy. And they got to watch No, dude. And they got to watch Beastars. Furry anime. I need to force Purce to watch Die Hard already. We'll watch it soon. 33 fan dude, that was the dumbest picture I've ever seen. Furry Gabe said furry anime. I'm waiting to watch Die Hard until everyone watches it together. That's why I liked it. When's the next Wii games party? I'm so good at Jeopardy. What the fuck were we playing the other night? We tried getting Are You Smarter Than a Fifth Grader? If I have time to set it up, we can get a lot of games going on Wii. Maybe I'll do that tomorrow. I don't have any plans tomorrow. Time to fight Steve. Love these little guys. They're cute, dude. They're little gross boys, but they're kind of cute. Alright, check this out. Hello? Take my bug, dude! No, don't throw him back at me! Oh, that's a grenade! I thought he threw the bug back! Y'all played Family Feud? Oh, everyone was coming up with answers. Yeah. Honestly, I forgot that we did that. Whenever we do our drinking streams, I usually drink a lot, and I think that was like the end of the night, so... I mean, a responsible amount. I still knew what was going on, but I forgot that we played Family Feud. A lot of my streams kind of meshed together for me, so... I got a gift of sub. Yeah, you did, Quint! Gamer Wheels gave you one. What's up, dude? Steve didn't accept the fight? Fucking coward. The homemade Jeopardy stream? Oh, yeah. I plan on doing another one. I have to write all the questions, though, and add pictures for everything. Oh, God. It takes so much time. I know you guys would love another one of those, though. I also have to stand for the entire thing. And while that's not super bad, because I fucking sit all day... So I probably need to stand. It is, I mean, like, doing it for a whole stream can be rough. I have to use my legs. No, it's just like, I don't know. You know what? I shouldn't have said anything. Fine, fuck me. Let's see. I thought there was a button you pressed up here. There's something you do. I want to do Twitch technically, I have not done Twitch charades. Me and Gabe did like the most half-assed way you could do it, and I hated it because I knew it could be so good. So I would like to do that, but we'd have to get like a cam set up for it. I actually have a really great idea on how to do that. How do we... I don't remember how to do this. There's a button somewhere. It's not that though? I gotta remember what to do, boys. Okay, so it's obviously alright. 97 point. Alright, well thanks for letting me know, Dan, because I'm gonna have to set it up for tomorrow now. And if you did it out of the blue without me knowing, it would have been even more of a mess than it's going to be. Dude, I'm not ready for that. No, dude. A mess, yeah. What am I doing? I don't remember how you get this on. Just press a button? What do I do, dude? Do you shoot this? Oh, okay, that's what you do. I remembered having this like insane setup for this where you could stay all the way back here and just fucking hold it off like a fucking fort. And I was trying to do that. I forgot how you activate it. Alright, so this is what I do here. Shotgun's a bong dog. Nobody knows what the don't do it is in chat. Chat doesn't know what it is. Alright, here we go. Now, it's gonna send in Marines and then aliens. You sit in the corner. I'm gonna take a little bit of damage because they have... Someone already run into that? There you go, Rick. Oh, oi! Alright, that went perfect. That is exactly how I wanted it to go. Fuck you. There's a turret in here. There's a turret in here! What? Why did... Oh, no, there's not a turret. There's a fucking... a mine. And it just blew up as soon as I broke that box, so that's kind of cool. We're making fucking great progress in Half-Life right now, honestly. We're getting really far. Come out.
What is this thing? Some kind of weapon?
Put that down. It's a prototype.
Why aren't we using it?
It's much too unpredictable. Don't let it overcharge.
What do you mean, overcharge?
I forgot that it was this area. What do you mean, overcharge? Yo, Jada, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in, dude. What are y'all drawing titties for? Alright, Rick, stop talking about porn, please! And Dan! You guys are both in trouble. That was pretty Papega, yeah. But look, now we have this. Now we get to have fun with this. Which is one of my favorite weapons in the game. Talking about art? You're talking about fucking... I literally saw you say the word porn. Shit, I'm actually out of ammo on it, though. Yikes! Yes, Anthony, you did. I didn't want to know about it. But you did tell me. Porn is art? True. Sometimes I worry about new people that come in my stream. This music fucking kicks ass. Dan. I think there's one more laser. Yeah, there's one over here. I'm moving too fast. I'm starting to maybe get a little motion sick now. I'm running around too fast. Okay. Whew. Oh, yeah. No! Wait, that's not how you're supposed to do that. What the fuck just happened? What happened to Purse Pillow? I think it had 0 context, so it's not there. I mean, like, what the hell were we gonna use that for? I don't know. I might have gotten rid of it because I, like, needed space for other emotes. Do you see what just happened, Anthony? You're supposed to push the box under it because it pushes it down and then shoots the laser out. I don't know, but it's recorded, so whatever the fuck I did. Land on the box. Why does this game require you taking fall damage in so many areas? I think I did. I think I just mashed. No update, Andy? Huh? Guys, I'm scared. Why? Why are you scared?
A scientist. Thank God. Get us out of here before those military drones figure out where we're hiding.
That guy kind of fucking scared me. I didn't know he was there.
Escort us to the lobby, and we can get out of the lab.
You'll have to shut down the surgical unit first.
Oh yeah, I never think about it, Rick.
I'm afraid he never made it back.
I like the old ones. What's wrong with the old ones? I never remember to do it, honestly. They bad? No, they're not. They're great. Why can't you guys just do that? How hard is it really, guys?
Lead the way. Glad to oblige you, fellas. I'm slowing you down, am I? I'm going to stay here. Go another step. Colleagues.
Okay, they're... What? Why? What is the you know, you make a really good point. What is the purpose of this machine? It's a fucking shuriken spinner. I don't fucking know, dude. This invention makes rooms very dangerous. Fuck you, idiot. Is one more in here? Why did that one only have one? I don't know. Okay. Did we get this? Oh no. We need one of these fucking... God. Come on, Mr. Scientist. Follow me. I did, Rick. It's really good. Problem is, I'm not done with Final Fantasy VII yet, and they did say something, like, one or two things that were spoilers to me, and I was like, maybe I shouldn't have watched this yet.
This is as far as I go. Lead the way.
But, it was really funny. No. I just got a scientist here. Don't even fucking start. Alright, this right here. This is what I need you for. Thank you.
Well, I'll let you out, but I'm warning you, it's hell out there. It's completely under military control. You'll have to sneak and fight your way from one end to the other, and I don't expect you'll meet many of our peers along the way. But if you do...
Not Rice Pirate. Oh, yeah.
You'll end up at the Lambda complex, where the rest of the science team has taken shelter. I wouldn't venture there myself, but I will let them know that you are coming.
Nick! Okay, see ya, dude. Bye, later. Alright. Nick, what's up? Thanks for the host. Happy February 392nd. I don't think we're that far into February yet. Yeah, that guy did good. I can't remember his name off the top of my head either. Not Rice Pirate. You said Rice Pirate wasn't even in it. Did you just call Corey Rice Pirate? Rick. You're gonna tell me you were talking about drawing porn earlier and you don't know who Corey is? Spaz Kid. That's what you meant. Hello? I didn't know where they were. Corey, Rick, and me. Nice. It's actually really big cheese that I'm doing here. Can I hit? No way I can fucking hit that. Wow. Okay. How art thou? Germ, I'm so fucking excited for Saturday, but I'm also waiting for everybody to ditch. And that worries me. Phantom Arcade, that was him. Yeah. Nice. Rick loves getting random things to draw. Surface tension. Get back here, little guy! Stop. Don't shoot those, please. It's very scary. I'll be there. I know you will, Germ. As long as I get reminded. I mean, I don't know what time we're doing it. I'm free all of Saturday. I would assume we do it at, like, nighttime. Maybe. Oh, yeah, this part. Holy shit! They killed their own soldiers. That got way too quiet. That kind of fucked with my head. Saturday, 5 a.m., yeah. And it's kind of what Doodle Dudes was, right? Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, I know you're here! Ow. I can't remember, is this on a timer? It's more raunchy? Well, I mean, yeah. They haven't PCified it. Yo, Sprinkle, is this pre or post GoldenEye? Post. Oh, okay, you mean the game. The game? When did GoldenEye come out? GoldenEye N64. I think GoldenEye N64 came out before this. 1997, yep, a year before it. Yo, Luna with a raid, what the fuck? What are you doing stream? Well, I always forget you're like 3 hours earlier. Luna, thank you for the raid. Welcome in, everybody with Luna. How are you guys doing? Yeah, so this actually did come out at, like, right after GoldenEye. Pixel, welcome back, dude. Thank you for the raid, Luna. How's your stream? What were you doing? We were just talking about art and porn. Don't tell Luna that. We're gonna die. You have to sit here and hold this. I was drawing people who came into my chat. That's a cool idea. Came back from the toilet and now we're in Spurt's stream. Spurt, huh? Why y'all horny on main? It's a great question. Alright, here we go. Big fish man. Alright, get some air. Alright, here we go. Innocent minxer, yes. Alright. Get through here, please. Oh, this is the wrong one, isn't it? I think you have to go on the right one. Did I not get enough oxygen? I did, but not enough for health. How are you? I'm doing good. I'm just playing one of my favorite games tonight and enjoying the fuck out of it. So, I'm doing great. Thanks for the raid, dude. I hope you had a fucking awesome stream. And don't forget liking... Yeah. I'm innocent, uh-huh. Right, Gabe. Alright, that's good. I had a pretty decent stream, good. I'm playing a game that is heavy spoilers for a few people on my chat, and they're just hanging out anyway, because they're supportive of me. But I'm like, please don't watch. Okay, there's mines and this part of the game is so fucking confusing. You have to go in between these like walls and shit. I'm gonna have to save like over and over again. Hopefully I don't step on any mines. Watch the mines, John. Watch the mines. What in the fuck was that? Get out of here. 69, nice, dude. I don't know. I really don't know, Brandon. I can't answer that question. I'm too laid back for that to answer that question. Wait, so like, I don't know, dude. Doodle stream, doodle stream. When should we do it? Oh, Luna said that. Pixel, I thought you were talking about what me, you, and Rick were chatting about. Oh my god. Yeah, some people are really bad with that, Anthony. It's like, dude, come on. Oh shit, I am getting lit up here. Alright. That's not what I said. I read pixels first, and then I went, oh, Luna said that. I was wondering why he said it. It's like some fucking Arabian music right now. Dude, this... Alright. Oh my god. Holy shit. Oh, I did it too good. There's a mine there. There we go. That's what I wanted to happen. All right. Alright. Yeah, I know, it's awesome, though. I love the music in this game. You guys ever played a Valve game before? You recognize this sound? God damn, dude. That's what I was talking about earlier. I said there's a sick reveal in this game, but it's unfortunate because it's the JPEG is not aged very well. I did not hit him. This is where the Valve intro comes from Half-Life. Okay, well, that didn't quite make it. That did. Dude, I am gonna die, most likely. I didn't know how far we could get on this tonight. But this is pretty fucking far. I feel like I keep looking over at how long we're streaming and the time is not changing. It's kind of cool because it means more Half-Life, but I'm also like, I felt like I was just in a time paradox for a second. Oh shit, oh shit. No, dude, I can't afford that. Whoever built this bridge, your mom's a hoe. Nick, I need some more water, dude. You're right. It's Al. I'll go fill it. Jesus. Really? Just one shield, dude? I tried strafing it. There we go. That's what I was trying to do. But did your mom make that bridge? Groundhog's Day, but with Half-Life 1, yes. I thought you quick saved the missile airstrave. Wait, what? I'm proud of that bridge. 441? That's weird. That is off from what my stream says. Whatever. Oh my god. Oh, you thought I autosaved over it? I fucking did that earlier once. It was terrifying. Oh, yes! I forgot about this! Nice, okay. Sick health drops. Did I just avoid that? Yeah, I don't know what the fuck happened. No! Yeah, Akron, thanks for popping in, dude. I hope you've had a good night. Nice to see you. Were you here whenever Rick was saying that earlier, Pixel? I couldn't remember if you were here for that. Dude, alright. Who at Valve did this? Who at Valve did this? Which one of you fuckers designed this? Rick said, this game reminds me of Gmod. So we were making fun of him. Okay. That fucking jump scare gets me every time. Alright, I'm going to sleep because fuck. Yo, Dwap, thanks for hanging out all night, dude. Have a great sleep. Get some rest, my dude. And Aki, thank you guys for popping in. Well, Dwap, thank you for hanging out all night. Akron, thanks for coming in and saying hi. Oh yeah, sick music. Holy shit, somebody actually knows what the girl is in Anthony's emote? I've always just gone anime Luigi. I'm just gonna head glitch them. They can't fucking shoot me. Dude, they always throw fucking grenades. It's so annoying. Fuck you. Please, dude. Get off the ladder! Luigi got big titties. We're just gonna have to somehow make it out of this. Oh, right, the tank! I had forgotten. Rick's a weeb now. You're such a bitch. Dude, that guy's aim is insane! Fuck you, dude. Yo, Mark, what's up, dude? Okay. I just saw that fucking grenade. Ah, dude! Knock it off, please. Holy shit, okay, save. Wow. We're all closeted weebs in this stream, or Purce would kick us out, right? There's a difference between weeb and likes an anime or two, though. Hello? Jesus, that takes a lot of fucking rockets. I think I got him. Yeah, there's a sneaky boy over here. I got his ass, though. Kind of, Dan. Having an anime profile picture is what makes you a weeb. And Dan, you definitely check out on that one. The fucking zoom in, dude. Alright, anything that I missed in here? This button that's doing a thing. Oh. Wait, what's the point of the... Oh, you can go in, like, the sewers and come up behind it? I did not know that. That's actually kind of nice. Jesus Christ! We should not be taking any damage on this. Fuck you, dude. Some boys down here. God, fuck you guys. Please. I'm stuck. Some of the places they put these things and like some of the ladders in this game, I'll say it. There's some bad design in this game, but overall I still love it to death. It's doable mess. Like, I don't know. I've just played a lot of pretty shitty fucking games, and this definitely isn't up there with it. I mean, even like the worst parts aren't up there with it. I would never place this game up in shitty games list ever. Alright, not exactly sure what to do here. Touch it. Okay. Yep. If there's no button or anything, just touch it. Are you bashing on Half-Life? No. No, this is one of my favorite games. I'm just saying, there's definitely some jank to it as well. No bad talk about Half-Life. Listen. It's like Earthbound. Do you think the monkey cave in Earthbound is good? No. Nobody likes that. It hasn't aged that well? I don't know. I think it's aged well. There was a fucking ladder we went to earlier that just like, I don't know what they were thinking with the way they placed it. There's just a few things, it's just... Yeah, exactly, Anthony. Like, there's bad stuff in every game. You'd rather do the monkey over the desert? The desert's fucking easy compared to that. I think I just know the fast way through it, though. The monkey cave is so bad. I hate it.
Help me. Somebody, please help me. I'm dying out here. Please, help me.
No! It's the sniper! Oh, nice, Anthony. So he's at, like, the halfway point. A little over half. Nope, he's still alive. Can you actually, like, go up and see this guy? Holy shit, I'm actually, like, surfing up to him. Holy fuck! I'm surfing up to him! It's very not worth it. Nah, I don't know. The only way to fucking kill this is to... Alright. Surf up it. Surf up it. Let's go! CSGO surf! That did nothing. I don't know, it's pretty bad. Alright, here we go. Yep, I was gonna say, there's mines everywhere here as well. Okay, there's one. We need to fucking get over there and then... Stop, dude! Oh. How do I get rid of this guy? I don't have anything to take him out. I literally think the only way to kill them is by throwing an explosive in there. Which we do not have. Nothing. Okay, there's nothing over there. I think every other time I do this, yeah, hammer. Just hammer maps, dude. See, I know I'm not hitting him. But then there's another one up here, which... Yeah, I mean, we have to kill this one. Yeah, there's no way. How the fuck do you get through this without explosives? I don't know how I didn't hit that. Good eye, a sniper! Gabe, you're never gonna play Half-Life with me now. You're gonna know the whole game. I shoot, you run. The words you scribble table, down the walls. Lots of friends you didn't have. Fuck. I don't have... I can't do anything! Fucking hell. Alright, the most I can do is I can surf up here, which is not intended. And he still whoops my ass. That, I think that actually killed him, but... Dude! Okay. Oh my god! Wait, this one's way more possible. Give me a fucking gold medal, boys. Ow! I don't remember where you shut this off. This is a sign, right? Yeah. Oh. Just break everything. That's how you win. Fuck you, Rick. Everyone peer pressure Purce and Gabe to get Animal Crossing? Oh, we've already played the shit out of it. Gabe stopped playing when Bunny Day happened, though, which I do not blame him. But now Bunny Day's over, so he has to catch back up now.
If you intend to go on, then I beg of you, proceed with extreme caution.
I think like everyone in this chat has Animal Crossing. Don't worry, Nick. We've got our Animal Crossing fix. Me and Gabe put like 70 hours into it in the first week it was out, so... Oh yeah, the Sailor Moon transformations. Oh wait, no. I'm stupid. You don't want to do that in this area at all. If a single thing explodes, we're like in an explosives plant. We're in a fucking fireworks factory. So you don't want anything to blow up in this entire thing. Well, that was aggressive. I thought it said security is everyone's disability. Like, what the fuck? Alright. Yikes! You guys are fighting in chat, bro? Alright, that wasn't it. Oh, I hate this, dude. The head crabs are like, what? You want me to jump? I'd love to jump in here. Don't you fucking do it. I love that fucking, like, horror music, though. I'm sorry, what? How did I just survive that? I don't know how I got on top of that. I was 99% sure that I was dead there. Okay. No, I just didn't make it on the barrel. I don't know how that happened. Dude, I'm a Half-Life pro. I'm gonna fuck this up. Okay. This shit's fucking cool. I like this jump. Ooh! Shut up, Dan. B-gun! Alright, there's a lot of stuff in these. Oh my... Gabe, you can now see how not far we are in Half-Life. Like 30% through the game, if even. E-gun. I'm sorry, my copy of Half-Life broke for a second there. Could you guys hear that? Has the bunny left? Gabe, he left 4 days ago. Gabe, he's been gone for like over half a week. You gotta get back on it, brother. Did you hear that? Wait, do you have your passport? Oh, shit, dude. I may have forgotten the passport. No, it's in my locker. It's in my locker. I beat him with a net until he woke up. If you just talk to him a bunch, he'll wake up, but I guess that's a solution. I just watched the first part of that bomb, and it's so fucking funny. Okay. Yeah, I watched the first part of it. I mean, they did like the entire fucking game. So yeah, I'm looking forward to watching more of it. I put it in my watch later. It's a genius idea. Oh my... Oh yeah, that means we just need to do this. Zero damage, beautiful. Your besties with Wisp. Alright, dude. A little unnecessary, but... Jesus! Woo! Okay, if we can get up here without damage, that's good. Fuck you! Nice grenade toss. I don't even... Oh my god! It was actually a nice grenade toss. Where did it go? It was in the air for like 40 seconds. Okay, I must sleep. Good night, Pyro. How do you get so many misspellings of my name? It's impressive. I know you're doing it on purpose, but... Pixel, have a good night, dude. Sleep well, my little man. I hope you enjoyed, half full life. We don't have any rockets. That's problematic. Oh. Little man. Alright. Alright, dude. I'm 5'11". You are taller than me. Technically, I cannot call you little man. I guess? Where's that? Jesus Christ! Rick said, huh? How tall are you? 5'7". I'm a short boy. 3'6". Alright, dude. Unnecessary lies in my chat.
Hey, Gordon. Yeah, let's go.
Pocket purse. Leave me alone. Rick is pocket. Let me in. There's goodies in here. At least 3 feet. That's not a lie. I am at least 3 feet. Look at all this shit! Oh, we're talking about, oh. Oh, that's cool. I didn't know there was a light there. Alright. You're in my way. I gave you a chance to move. I can't lift anything. Me neither. Oh, it's the sniper back, dude. Oh my. Rude, dude. Fuck you. Now I'm gonna go up and grab another rocket because you've angered me. No, there's no more rockets, dude. I should have thrown a grenade up at him. Well, I still can. Shut up, Rick. You shut your mouth. It's a good tip. I would never do that in real life. Excuse me? I already grenaded you. Now I know he's fucking dead. That's not even worth going and getting another one. Okay. I'm stupid, I was forgetting what I had to do. Alright. We're making big progress on Half-Life, guys. Like, this is a huge chunk of the game we've already done. Oh, this part's fucking insane. Dan, I don't know what to tell you. I can't refund you. It's the bot. He does what he wants. Yes, you can. You have unlimited money? No, I don't. Where's the aliens? There's supposed to be aliens too. Where's the aliens? There they are. Get me out. Get me out. Just watch them fight. Wow, humans win. Wait, they already all died. This has no use now. Oh, there we go. Nice. Oh yeah, it's just a shortcut. What are you supposed to do? Alright, well, I was wrong. That's what you're supposed to do. And then fucking a dick ton of them come out. What is this guy doing? There we go. Aw, bruh. I didn't know I could do that. What a weak fucking toss. Please die. Alright. Okay. That single fucking sound just repeating. Woo! No, dude! Alright, we're gonna reset. Okay, that hurts. Alright, what we're gonna do is pull out the rocket launcher. Okay. We're set now. Alright, what? I have not looked at chat in so long. You guys were dueling. I could maybe go through that military stuff. I could never. Yeah, I know, dude. I could never either. Don't take pics of myself though, so don't think any exist of me in them. Okay. ROTC is no joke. What's ROTC? College is actually military information training development. I was in it in high school, which is much more relaxed. Okay. Damn, Dan, fuck that. Gabe beat Rick in a duel. Oh, Dan, that's kind of cool, though. Cool that you know how to do that, but you have like a 3-hour... Oh. Walking their knees for 3 hours? What? Nick, keep it in your pants. I'm not Angelo. I don't... Oh, Angelo. If they nose fast enough, they both extend an arm and catch them. Community is still top 10 on Netflix. Dude, oh my god, where did that come from? Dude, Nick, 6 seasons in a movie. It's gotta happen. Please. They've been canceled like 10 times. We just need 6 seasons of a movie, then they can finish it. The gym will get like 900 degrees and it smell like BO. Ugh! I do not miss that. Junior Reserves Officer Training Corps. Okay. This was the darkest timeline. Looks funny though. It's very good. I love Community. It's weird that you said that because Shane had watched it before, but he got our buddy Joey to start watching it, and now Joey's really into it. Community's great. Good sitcom. No laugh track, so if you hate laugh tracks like I do, it's a big plus. This fucking thing is not on my side! Okay, I think it died. I love Community. I never finished it. Okay, I remember that I was really annoyed by this section because there's gotta be a fucking... Okay, so that takes too long. Maybe I can hold a grenade and do it? Maybe I can just throw it. That's definitely a way to do it. Stop, please! This is such a fucking stupid vent. Can I do that and then just fucking go? Dude, they get you down to fucking no health every time. Okay, they only spawn so many. The show's so meta. Oh, I know, I love it. Lock your knees in 30 minutes, you're a goner? Really? What the fuck? That's scary. I don't like that. Show's very meta. I was only on stage. You see, schools at middle school and then high school, I've been crew? Huh? What does that mean? Is the D&D episodes? Oh, the D&D episodes are great. Oh, wait. This is... Yep. The AV guys. Of course I take damage. Alright. Oh, I mean Jade, I'm sure. And fucking holding that drum and just standing in the same position. That makes sense. Eesh. You're annoying. Can you... My theory worked! Fuck you and your stupid intended ways. Ah! One more shot! One more shot! More shots! You think there's any more? It's me on a fucking Thursday night, Mark. Oh no. Alright, let's just not do what I just did. Oh yeah, I think I have, Dan. I didn't put 2 and 2 together. That was like the same thing. You guys just... Alright, you guys just fight each other? No! You guys just fight each other and enjoy that. I'm gonna move on with my day. Dude, you can bunny hop that easy. Something, whole bottle of Jim Beam. Ah, you fucking Resident Evil'd me. Fuck you. Oh yeah, the city part. What the fuck? No. Nice. This is... I can't believe I've been playing this for like 5 hours straight, and I've only gotten up like one time. I just get sucked into Half-Life. Like, I just can't stop playing it. I mean, that's good for stream, I guess. I hope you guys had fun watching it. We're very far in the game at this point. Like, if I went maybe an extra hour, could maybe finish it. Nice. Shut up. Alright. Dude, you really gotta take damage from everything in this game. Here we go. Here's a cutscene thing. Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. It's not a cutscene, but... Oh my... Dude! I was like, huh, it's not making any sound. That's weird. Fuck you. For anyone who hasn't seen it, it's a little loud. What are you talking about? Are you saying the game is a little loud? Oh, that video. Oh, yeah. Just Hasbro's Hanazaki Barbie Spice. What the fuck? What are all these? I've never heard of any of these. VeggieTales? Okay. Right, VeggieTales is literally the only thing I've ever heard of in that list. Oh, but that's who... Oh, okay. It's all TV shows. Yeah, I know VeggieTales out of all of those. Brooklyn Nine-Nine, I really wanted to start watching that show. It looks really funny. And I like Andy Samberg. He's funny. Finish that, boy. We'd be close. I'm starting to like... The end of the game is getting a little fuzzy to me. We still have Lambda Complex. But that's not super long. We might be able to finish this game in one go here. I don't know, though. Ugh, I am gonna stand up and fucking take a breather. Especially if I'm thinking about finishing this. I gotta think about how far I am. Half-Life chapters. The last, like, 4 chapters fly by. What are we in? I really cannot remember. Alright. Can we... More items. Dude, I just want a layout of it, not fucking every single detail. Surface tension. We're on surface tension. Yeah. Oh, Lambda Core's really annoying. We're like close, but there's still... We're on 13 out of like 16, basically. The end ones, I count that as 1. 13 out of 16, that would be like... We're like 4/5 through the game. It took us 5 hours to do this. So it's a little over an hour. But I have 40 minutes left to stream anyway. So... Oh, Anthony, that's just unfortunate. Yeah, I'm going off of the time, Rick. So, like, I mean, I have 40 minutes left to stream. And then... There's, like, a little over an hour left of the game. Maybe? There is at least an hour left. We'll, yeah. Alright, I'm gonna take my break and go pee. gonna debate you. It's late night. You guys get to watch the commercials, okay? Hopefully it doesn't reset. I'm debating you guys.
Meanwhile, I'm getting fat. I walk myself. Where's the love?
Hey, you Pikachu. Rated E for everyone. Good for you, bad for pets.
Looking for love here.
Only on N64.
Muffin is a half tabby, half calico who loves giving kitten kisses. Buddy is part lab, part husky, and he chases balls. Kirby is part fire, part bomb, spike, and lightning, and he loves to combine these in new ways to destroy.
Let's go racing! It's Super Mario Kart Funny Car Madness! Only on Super NES! Turn the track into a giant mud pit! Or burn rubber on ice, wood, or asphalt! Mix it up with the big boys! See Bowser and his Bigfoot-dropping truck! See Yoshi's go-kart really go! Mushrooms, banana peels, turtle shells! Dynamite! Check your rear view and make him eat dust! Or go into battle mode and ruin his day! 2 speeds! Fast and way too fast! It's 2-player fun on the split screen! Only for the Super Nintendo Entertainment System! Now you're playing with power, super power!
Words can't describe the endless challenge of Super Mario World, so we let the players do the talking. Super Mario World is here. It's one of the new generation of Nintendo games. It comes only with Super Nintendo, and it's like nothing you've ever faced. Now you're playing with power, superpower.
The following contains subtitles for our non-funk speaking audience.
Yo, what up, dog? I'm here to drop some knowledge about my boys Toe Jam and who? Earl. The game is beat fresh. Bam! All that, boy. Yo, peep out my man TJ as he flex. And they go crazy Earl checking out the house in the hood. In other words, I highly recommend it.
Toe Jam and Earl Panic on Funkatron game and Sega Genesis, each sold separately.
That commercial's a little, does anybody else think that commercial's... Just always think whenever I see that one, I'm like, non-funk speaking? One seems a little questionable. That's the word I was looking for. You remember that commercial? Fuck yeah, dude. Please, dude, just stay. I understand you're excited. We're fucking 5.5 hours in. Just calm down, microphone. I'm gonna get a drinky? Yeah, Nick, for the drinks you redeemed an hour and a half ago. No, dude, did I save here? My left mouse just didn't work. What is that sound? It's like this incinerator, Jesus. Alright, that was stupid. The incinerator's like sound broke. No! Please. Please! Thank you guys for hanging out with me so fucking late. Most of you guys were like, I just woke up whenever it was like 1 a.m., so that's pretty cool. For all my boys with the shitty sleep schedules. Fucking ode to joy, no! I would be really upset if I was doing that too. Yep, I just woke up. Yeah, like everybody in here today for some reason. What are you gonna do? Stay back! I'm gonna shoot this already fucked desk!
Okay, why not? Didn't want to die alone.
I need you to open a door down here, I think. I do. You're alone. What are you gonna do? Oh, yeah, I gotta take him all the way back. And he can open this door for me. I remember this. Come on.
Roger that. Let's run like hell.
Please?
You go on without me. Let's get the hell out of here.
Thank you. They've got good pathfinding once they're going. There you go. I need you for this.
I have a bad feeling about this.
You'll be alright. Thank you. Oh, no. Oh, this. Okay, I don't think I do this the intended way. I've always felt like this is just absolutely not the correct way to do this. Okay, so once you're up here, fuck me, dude. Okay, that's the spot. Alright, so, shit, we're not even in Forget About Freeman then. I don't remember... It's so quiet. It is dead silent right now. I am not liking this. Yo, Snuggle Time. Freaking Kitty, thank you so much for the raid, dude. Welcome in, everybody. How you doing? How's your stream? Can I get a shout out? Please. If one of my mods is here. Oh my god. I got you. I got you, Rick. Sweet ass Half-Life. Dude, thank you so much for the freaking raid. Welcome in. Oh, you okay, Rick got it. Never mind. Games and girls? What is games and girls? Sorry, mods. I know it's late night. What is games and girls? I gotta know what that is. Thank you so much for the raid, dude. Welcome in. Yeah, I'm playing freaking Half-Life, dude. Yeah, now it's gonna be on cooldown. I wanted the train to keep going. Okay, I think we can skip this entirely and just shoot this. It's just a general thing you use? Oh, nice. Okay. That's funny. I think we can... Okay. Please, go up here. Oh my god, he's here. I think we can do this without bothering with him. Okay, we can. I'm gonna try it out. Holy shit. I played Splatterhouse, Golden Axe, Katamari, holy shit, dude. All great games. Yo, hell yeah, dude. I'll go and throw you a follow. Did you find me by just looking through Half-Life? Oh, you just hit 300 follows too. GG's, dude. Yeah, this is one of my favorite games, and I didn't know what to play tonight, and I was like, I'm just gonna play this game because I love it. I love meeting new peeps, dude. They have good taste in games, too. Mikey, what are you doing? Golden Axe is great. I'm dropping off your non-sleeping children. You ready? Nope. No, I'm not ready. The door's locked. Sorry, Lauren. They're all you tonight. Yeah, forget about Freeman. This section, if I can remember correctly, is really short. Well, I hope you had a good stream, dude. Thank you so much for hosting me. 2 of them are awake. Ugh. So sorry, Lauren. Yeah, wait, it's 4 a.m. for you guys. Ugh. Are they, like, waking up for the day or what, Lauren? I know I'm asking you all these things as you're probably, like, wrangling kids. Shit. Stream broke for a second? Shit. Mikey, what are you up to, dude? How you doing? Mikey, did you tell Kitty to raid me? Did you come in with this? Or is it just weird timing? How did you guys find me? Alright, heck yeah. Let's see. Nothing here. Oh yeah, these. Dude, these things are the worst. What a terrible enemy. Okay, I thought the explosion would maybe kill them. Oh my god, his aim! Gordon, your aim! Dude, and I ran into another one. Okay. You like the little goobos? They're the gobos from Croc. Shit. The nickname thing worked? What do you mean? I don't know what their thought process is. Oh no. That's so weird, I didn't know you could do that. Wait, what'd you do? Alright, here's what we're gonna do. Drop this here. What is it on? 6, you press 5 twice. Okay. Just get these things away from me, dude. I still took damage from it. Oh, you can set a nickname, so I did Rick? Whoa! I haven't seen that. That's cool. You can do that for everybody? Phoenix is 1 now, so he thinks he's grown. Yeah, now that he just turned 1 yesterday, he's already taking charge. Well, that's annoying. How much do I have going down here? 42? Yeah, just don't do that, head crab. How about that? Alright, well now I did it. But at least I had time to think. So stupid. Fuck, I don't remember how to do this. Okay, so we can't go under. Whoa, that is some broken texture. Goodness. Can't you, like... I don't think what I just did was intended. Most of the shit I do in this game I don't think is the intended way. Alright, I should yeah, I was gonna say I should definitely be able to go under here. I'm squished. Holy shit. Broken Dexter Bog. Yeah, they got a few of them in this game. Ow. Okay, didn't I save right here? Yep. Fucking little leeches. God, I'm gonna end up taking that damage anyway from the leeches. Oh, it stopped on my head. Should I just start drinking caffeine and move on with the day? It sounds like you're not really gonna get out of this situation, Lauren. Unfortunately. Damn, I have 40 crossbow bolts. I should just be using these. Rick's been drinking coffee for 4 hours. Yeah, but Frank took Link. He's easier of the two that are awake. That sounds about right, Lauren. Frank took the easy one. Coffee is yucky. What do you drink for caffeine in the mornings, Lauren? Just soda or what? Shit, I did not mean to do that. The Half-Life 2 shoot carrots? What? I accidentally saved whenever I meant to load, so that's annoying. Okay, I gotta turn off the laser. Mountain Dew or green tea? Okay. There we go, boys. Alright, my accidental save, hopefully that doesn't fuck me over. I just need some health! Oh, please, that is not what I need. I need this. You haven't taken it since working from home? I keep forgetting to take my, like, anxiety meds. I took it yesterday on stream, maybe I should do it again, even though I'm about to sleep. I don't know, I'm not supposed to go off of it for a day, but whenever I've already gone my whole day and I forgot to do it, I'm kind of like, do I even do it? Because I definitely didn't take my meds today. Once I know I haven't taken them, then my anxiety gets way worse too. So now that I know... sometimes I just forget if I have or not. Beep. Ow. God, what a terrible sound that is. I actually despise this part. This part's so fucking annoying. I just don't even know how to fucking tackle this. Okay. This doesn't aim well at all. Yeah, I hate this shit. I'm going back to bed. Good night, everyone. Yo, Anthony, thanks for hanging out all night, dude. You've been at, like, every fucking stream lately. I appreciate it, homie. Love you, big man. Get some sleep. I can't do energy drinks or high dose of caffeine with ADHD. Oh, yeah, fuck. Enjoy it for me. We'll pray for you next, Lauren. I know how those kids are, though. Once they're awake, they don't want to go back to sleep. Alright, this is going well. This is going really well. Okay. The problem is there's like this huge turret in here. That's what I'm worried about. I'm gonna save even though that was terrible. Oh my god. Oh my god! Fuck. Alright. What the fuck was that throw, Gordon? Now that throw was too far. I'm at 98.1k and fucking sleepy. Night, everyone have fun. Yo, have a great night, Dan. Sorry I started so late, guys. Because now I'm ending at fucking 3:15 a.m. Bro, these fucking homing... I had to see him die. Dude, I'm not ready. I'm not ready at all. I'm loathing it already. That also works? Damn, I should've just been using this fucking thing. I keep forgetting how OP it is. Alright, there's nothing over here, so fuck that. There's no one over here, okay. Alright. It's fine, I slept through like the first hour. Oh, how I'm going so late. Oh, we're just hitting Lambda Core. I gotta think. Because the end of the game is fast, but is it like 10 minutes fast? It might take me like an extra 30 minutes. And now Link is downstairs. What is Frank doing? Is he asleep? I mean, like you wish you were? I don't really remember Lambda Core much. A lot of the end of the game kind of blurs together for me. Okay, well. Alright. You had homework due yesterday. Rick! You gotta stay on top of this shit, homie. That was a cool jump, but it was very unnecessary. Ladder. No. I figured it wasn't that. Oh, we gotta go up there. What? How in the hell? Tell them Corona made you forget. Yeah, there you go. Great strategy, Lauren. Oh no. No, dude. It takes so long to travel to them. Can I just go without fighting these guys, please? Wait, we need to get in there, right? Yeah, we need to get in here somehow. Whoa! That was crazy. Get over here, you fucking... Dude! Stop it. Fucking hell. Alright. so fast. Alright. Reset that, because we got one of them up here. Alright, how do I... I'm working from home, guys, still calling sick? I don't know. That's a great question. Where'd you go? Okay. Really? You cannot throw a grenade through that. Jesus. To work and be mad about it? I don't know. I don't know what would be easier. Dude, this is so ridiculously hard. Holy shit. What a shot. Alright, we gotta save. Five hours ago? That would be weird that she would text you so late. What'd she text you about? Brandon, you making money over there, brother? Alright. I think you can just run past all these and go here, right? No? Okay. Maybe I'm mistaken. My friend is also awake. It's someone that you work with. Let's see. Ah. Right. Okay, hopefully this doesn't screw me over, because I just saved. Alright. Oh my god. Oh, there's one behind me too. Holy shit. I mean, Rick, your internet is always out, because you have no internet. Yeah, what do they do for students with no internet, Rick? I didn't even think about that. I just heard somebody pressing... Yeah, I was gonna say, somebody's pressing something.
I apologize, Mr. Freeman, but I couldn't risk opening that door until I was sure you had scoured the area. This is the last entrance to the Lambda complex. Every other has been sealed off to contain the invasion. When we realized that you might actually make it here, we drew straws to see who should stay behind to let you through.
Lauren's a teacher, listen to her.
My colleagues are waiting at the tip of the Lambda reactor. Waiting for you, I mean. The reactor is shut down right now, but you can activate it on your way up. You'll have to flood the core anyway to get into the teleportation labs. I'm not authorized to know about those. But I can see you already know a great deal more than any one man is supposed to.
Yeah, Rick's a senior in high school. Well, now it did it. Okay. Do I remember how to do all this? Oh yeah, the glue gun. Oh no, this is like, I'm thinking of fucking Prey for some reason. This is this gun. He's like, here's my gun. Check it out, and then you can just blast him with it. I forgot that we didn't even have this yet. Shit, there's like quite a bit left of the game. Oh yeah, this section. This is a whole last section right here, guys. Shit. I might not be able to beat this tonight. This is a lot of stuff I'm gonna have to remember. But we did do like 90% of the game. Why are you spawning new ones? Phew. Okay, so flow from coolant system. Is that good? See, I'm not gonna remember a lot of these puzzles and shit. You just have to do this fast? I don't even remember this. Oh, I think I do. You gotta have one of them open at a time. So this would be... This would be flow from coolant system 01. Okay. Yeah, it's definitely an interesting time. That's for sure. Just get me out of here. Maintenance station.
Hello, sir.
Hello, sir.
Freeman, isn't it? You'll need to activate those pumps to flood the reactor, and then that access pipe down there will take you to the core. Time is short.
Okay, so I did that. Right? Isn't that where I just was? Yes. Oh, but there's a ladder in there? I don't know. I think I just missed something in there entirely. I think it went over my head. I have to video call with my kids every day because I teach special ed. Oh, shit. Yeah, Lauren, I forgot. Come on, man. Go faster. I'm trying. I'm really trying. System 02. That's rude. Well, that's not the way to go. I just... This part's all blurry to me. I remember it, but I don't remember how to do it. Ugh. God, Lauren, it sounds way more annoying than just being at the school. Because at least it's like convenient then, you know? Okay, so that one's one. We're gonna drop off the kids at Purce's house? You'll never find me. Actually, you very easily could. You guys probably have my address somewhere. Let them take over Purce's stream. Also doing good. Hell yeah, dude. You're listening to me climb around now and try to figure out what I'm missing. Alright, what is this? Pump 01? I guess that means tank 01 is done. Nice! So now I just need pump 2 and tank 2. Okay, maybe this isn't as bad as I thought. Woo! I've been out of school for too long, guys. I don't know any of these things. It sounds like they've got a lot of fucking alternatives for classrooms and shit, though, so it's not a problem with the at-home stuff. This is really funny. Somebody said, man, it's almost like we never had to leave our houses to do any of this. I think it's good to get people out of the house, though. Okay. I had to have saved it here, right? Yeah. Okay. This room... That's way too hectic. Okay. Okay. Get me through here. Sick. Okay, we are actually almost done with this stuff, because I'm remembering it now. Just get me out. Get me out right now. No! Minor lacerations, no big deal. Can I get out through here? No, I cannot. Shit. So one thing I like about going to school is getting out of the house. Yeah, that's the thing. It's probably best that people get out of the house for a little bit, you know? Even if sometimes we don't want to get out of the house. It's definitely rough on a lot of people right now who are used to going out and doing things. I'm used to staying at home most of the time anyway, so it didn't change a lot of stuff for me, but still, I mean, like, staying inside all the time is kind of weird. Aw, holy shit, Lauren. That's so sad. I don't like hearing that. But holy shit. I mean, yeah, that's crazy. Why did that just happen? Because I don't have that on? Okay. Yo, Brandon, thanks for hanging out all night. Dude, thanks for everything. Thank you for gifting the subs earlier, for always hanging out with me, man. Have a good night. Get some sleep. I'm almost done here. I've technically hit the 6-hour mark, so I should end. The problem is now I'm gonna get to the final chapter of the game, and I'm gonna be like, it's gonna feel stupid to end on it. That's crazy. Okay, there we go. Cool. Finish the game, Purce. Finish it. I'm thinking about it. thinking about it really hard. Get me in there. I'm getting very close. I need more health now. Please. Okay, I got some shields. Okay. This is where... Yeah, I think there's some puzzly stuff here. That's what I'm most worried about. Is it showing me a puzzle that I'm gonna be like, oh fuck, I don't remember this. I don't think it's too bad though. I think I just, last time I played, I got stuck because I had forgotten all about what to do. Yeah, there's a lot of shit that happens in here. It's these fuckers again. You already... Oh, really? May 1st, man. I wouldn't be surprised if that gets extended again, Lauren. But hopefully everything goes back to normal quick. That would be nice. We're out till the 30th, so for 2 more weeks, and then the governor will make the decision. Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, here's where you first see teleporters. Alright. You can teleport from there to there. Wow. Good old Jim Justice. No, dude. Not Jim Justice. That guy's scary. Yeah, I don't either, Rick. Especially since you guys were already close to being done, you know? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what they're gonna do about that. Why are these guys are so goofy? They keep running away. Cross-dimensional power field. Alright. Alright, here we go. Guess on there. This is the puzzle I don't remember. Port 2? Okay. The port 6 after? Ah, it was not port 6! Okay. Shit. I should save after each one I go on. So it was port 2. Thanks for the alert, Brandon. Appreciate you, homie. Okay, I did save in here. Okay. Port 2. Alright, do not go in 6. 4? Oh shit, it was 4. I think it's 7. Let's try 8. Is it 8? You back tomorrow? Yep. Yeah, I'm gonna do a drinking stream tomorrow, so I gotta figure out some games to play. Okay, that was not the solution. But it is 2. 4. It could be 9. What did we try last time? 7? No, we did not try this last time. Okay, 7 is the actual answer. Very good. Alright. Holy shit, dude. I'm so glad I know how to bunny hop now. It's so fun. It made all these games so much more fun to me, even though I already loved them. Okay. Whoops. You can just make jumps that you would never be able to make otherwise. Alright, now we gotta get to 1. Shit. See you then, man. Yeah, I'll see you then. It's gonna come pretty quick. And, Dan is doing the 100K tomorrow, boys, so you don't want to miss that. Because it's not gonna happen again anytime soon. Alright. Shit, man. I'm being kind of stupid. I think once you're down there, you're fucking stuck, so... I wanna speed run it, dude. Okay. Holy shit, I missed that, but we're good. Okay. Save here. Alright, cause see, like, we're about to be in... This is new, yeah? No? Yes? I can't tell if we went the right... Yes, yes, okay. I think we might beat the game tonight. Yo, what's up, Pavo? How you doing, man? If I had $1 for every time you play a game and said something about speedrunning it, I could afford to go to college. No, I just meant I wanted to speedrun that part.
We thought you'd never make it. This is the supply depot.
Speedrun for this game is insane, Rick.
Quite a few handsome specimens were collected from the border world and brought back this way. Before the survey members started being collected themselves, that is. We suspect that there is an immense portal over there, created
Now comes Zin.
of a single powerful being.
I think Zin only takes like 20 to 30 minutes, really. So I kind of just want to beat it.
Of course, you owe us nothing, Mr. Freeman, but you've come this far. You know as much about these creatures as anyone.
Enough to know that if you don't wipe it out, there won't be much for you to come home to.
Yes. So, if you're willing, my colleague is waiting for you at the main portal.
All right.
He will open the gates for you, Mr. Freeman. Do hurry.
Don't forget to gear up. I'll cover you while you're waiting.
I am gearing up, brother. Okay, so the military, once you kill so many of them, because this chapter is called, the chapter before this was called Forget About Freeman. They fucking give up and just abandon it. They're like, fuck it. Everyone here is dead already. Leave them. So now, what these scientists, or this scientist is saying is, we gotta go and at least kill the aliens if we're gonna do anything. I better not come on Twitch to find out your stream is gone when he does that. Whenever he does the 100K? What do you mean, gone? 100K is not delete my channel, alright? Okay. I need to stop fucking around. I don't know why I was just jumping around like that and messing around. Now we have a long jump. We have the Mario 64 long jump. That's what this pack does. The long jump is so fun. Alright. Franklin, you're awake. Alright. Oh yeah, we have to fight all these.
I'm up here. Practice your long jump if you must, but hurry up.
Long jumping, boys. No. Nobody in chat knows what the 100K is. It's nothing like that. It's nothing like delete my stream. Don't worry. Yo, can I... Experiment time? Holy shit, dude. You can almost make that. I wonder if there's an invisible wall. Yeah, Lauren's in here, Frank. She's been telling us. I wonder why they woke up so early. I guess they decide when they... Well, they also went to bed probably really early. Alright. We're gonna finish out Half-Life in one go.
All right, I can open the portal now. The process is complicated, and once it's begun, I must not be interrupted, or I will have to start all
I think
over
you
again.
can't. Yeah,
Don't enter the beam until I give
it's
the
just
okay.
so close.
Understood? I will begin.
All right. That was stupid. Oh, now we're gonna have to wait for that again. Shit.
All right, I can open the portal now. The process is complicated, and once it's begun, I must not be interrupted, or I will have to start all over again. Don't enter the beam until I give the okay. Understood? I will begin.
All right, let's save there. The long jump is so fun. All right, here they are. Let's go back up here. If I kind of want high ground here. There we go. Oh yeah, this just toasts them. Don't worry, I'm murdering them with like the best weapon in the game. There's nothing they can do. That little scream they do.
We're almost there, Freeman. Get yourself in position.
Fuck.
It's ready. You must go now.
Did you hear him? Fucking scientist at the very end. Ah! Zen. We are now in the alien world. Ah! Alright. What the heck? Alright. Oh no. Not like this. Yeah, Tormy! Tormy, everybody got excited tonight because you got a gift sub randomly, and everyone got super amped. They're like, Tormy! It's so funny. Like 6 people all just screamed Tormy. There we go. How you doing, Tormy? Good morning. I decided I was gonna beat this. I guess. Because we're on the final, like, stretch of it now. Is that gonna kill me? The answer is yes. Come on! I'm being impatient. Here in Spain, it's 10:45 a.m. or p.m. in the morning or at night. Wow. All right. Spain, dude, that's cool. I don't think I've ever had anybody in chat from Spain. I'm working right now? Okay. Hell yeah, dude. Oh, shit. So you're still at work through all this stuff. Yeah, that's cool as shit. I'm doing good. Felt sick and threw up yesterday, so that was fun. Ugh. Feel good now. Just wasn't a fun event. Yeah. It's usually never fun. I'm working. Yeah, I mean, true. Could be either or still. I figured it was AM after he said that, but it still could be either or. Alright. though. Okay. The final chapter of this game's pretty wild. Am I missing something? Oh, the butterflies. The butterfly things. Wait, don't we need that? Am I missing something? There we go. I'm just being impatient. Alright. See, that should be Zen. Okay. Now there's like 3 more of those. Alright. Gonarch's lair time. Big testicle boy! Oh my god. Wait, can we... I think he has to... Oh, yeah, I remember how this works. I had forgotten. We have to damage him enough and then he runs through it. You haven't gotten your spring allergies yet? I know a lot of people that have been dealing with allergies really bad, and people keep thinking that it's, people keep thinking it's corona, and people are like, it's my allergies, I swear. Oh, yep, he's pissed. No, fuck you. These things are so annoying. There we go. Sorry, not 3. Alex? Yeah. Yep, I will be playing 2, and then episode 1 and 2, and then Alex, because the reason I'm playing this is I'm gonna hopefully get an index soon. I've played 1 and 2 before, but can you fall? Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure you can fall through this. You like the sound it's making? The whirr! Holy shit, that was sick. Alright, well, I just didn't jump there. Oh yeah, this heals you. Forgot about this. Yeah, I'm really scared about that, because I get really bad motion sick, so I'm really worried. People say that whenever you play VR enough, you get used to it. Yeah, people say that you get used to it, but I am very worried about that, because I've played VR, like, 2 people's VRs before, and I got really sick from it. You can play up to 3 hours, though? See, that's more than I thought you'd be able to do. So that's pretty good. You definitely can't binge it like me playing this for 6 hours straight. Yeah, Rick, it's just like, it's so surreal. But, yeah, if you get sick from Doom, right? I hate these little fucking baby things. Oh, yeah, I'm gonna play classic movement as well. Ugh. Yeah, teleport. Holy shit, I didn't know that would fuck me up so bad. Teleport looks meh. I'm not a big fan of, like, that VR movement. And if you can do classic, why would you ever do the teleport way? Alright, so If you stay up here like a bitch, he'll fucking shoot shit at you. Is what we learned. Just gotta play like a man. Oh, I think we had him like in a loop anyway, so. Go on down. Okay, this jump right here, you can... Yeah. Fuck you, man. Okay, maybe I don't want to immediately jump down there. Shit, man. Alright. I dodged the damage last time, but then just sat there too long. Alright. Fuck! That's fine. I will take that. Are you gonna come down here, buddy? Uh-oh, don't tell me he got stuck. Fuck, I need him down here. Please come down here. This game is so cool. Yeah, this game fucking rocks, dude. I think he got stuck, though. Oh, and I saved down here? Yeah, absolutely, Rick. And I got to do this all in one go, so... Doesn't have to be fucking 20 different streams of it. Although, this shit is broken right now. I wonder if this is gonna fuck with the game at all. I don't know how to get him down here, because I'm gonna have to... I'm gonna see if this is, I might have to cheat and go up there and see if he's stuck or what. I don't know what's going on. Okay, so he's running this way. Is he stuck or what? Because normally he fucking... Alright, well, I won't cheat then. There's definitely something I'm not doing. Did you get soft lock? That just feels like it. He's supposed to come down here. All I did was like jump past him. No, I haven't cheated at all. That was the first time I've done it. I went up there. I no-clipped to go up there to see if something was wrong. Well, load game. There's an autosave. There's an autosave like a minute before. Oh, there we go. Okay. Alright. Id clip, yeah. I think he's supposed to go first. Yeah, okay, so the game bugged out. Which, that's always annoying, but whatever. I don't know why he did. I've never seen him do that. I like sprinted in front of him. I guess I wasn't supposed to be able to do that. What is it giving me? Ammo for this? And then eventually he's gonna fall down here. Yep. He's gotta be almost dead. Yep, there he goes. Oh, God! These little fucking baby things are so annoying. I hate them. Yo, thank you for the hydrate. Oh, fuck. Okay, hold on. Alright. Interloper, fastest chapter in the game. This shit's so fast. Alright. This shit. Go down in here. It's gonna close up, and whenever it opens... Fucking launched. Alright. Yep, that hurts, but I'm gonna take it. If we can land... Alright. Airstrafes. Holy shit, airstrafes! If we can make it in that somehow... Ah, no, I think it's gonna kill us no matter what. Fuck. What you gotta do is you gotta... Oh, fuck, that one moved. Alright. You gotta ride the backs of, like, one of these fucking butterfly-looking things. And just use them as a platform and get over there. I got too much fucking height and ruined it for myself, though, I think. Alright. That's gonna hurt. That didn't hurt? Okay. Well, there's health over here if I can survive. Maybe. Alright. Alright, we're gonna... Interloper. No, it didn't make an autosave at Interloper. Come on. Wait, so what if I die? Oh, great. Alright. We have to somehow make this work. Okay, some air strafing will help. Okay, that's not health anyway. Alright, let's take it slow. There's not much we can do. Fuck. Alright, what's the highest platform? This one, it's gotta be. What do I do? I gotta wait till we're closer so it's not a fucking enormous jump. Alright, that won't take fall damage. That won't take fall damage. We just have to be patient. Too high, Andy. Dude, the saddest part is I know I could make that as like a strafe jump. But you're still going? Damn. What's up, Mooey? I decided I was gonna finish this game because we're like at the end anyway. The homing gun, come on. If one of these fuckers kills me, I swear to Christ. Dude, I'm not patient enough for this. Mooey, how you doing, dude? See, that's so high. I can't take any damage. Dude! What platform am I supposed to go to then? I feel like we can do that, but we just... I really fucked myself up in the beginning of this. Jesus Christ. Yeah, because now we're at 3 HP. Oh, God. I don't think we can survive, like, anything like that. Can we land on this? No. I'm doing good, but shouldn't you be asleep? Yes. I'm going a little bit longer to try to go ahead and beat Half-Life in one go. Oh my God, dude, the strafing. Oh, I'm at 1 HP! Dude, this is fucked. We're gonna have to just redo that last boss fight. Oh my God, please. Yeah, Rick, I don't think I had a single shot on that. Alright, we're good. Oh, well. Why'd I do that? That was scary. Okay. Go, 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 go. Teleport me! Alright, final boss. Almost. Ah! Oh, right, this part. We're almost to the final boss. Oh god, please. Please, not like this! I'm stuck! Okay. Just give me health. Just give me health anywhere, please! Yes, 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 yes! Healing pool, healing pool. Oh, thank god. Door stuck! He's just dropping enemies, fuck you. This shit takes forever, but it's a full heal, so... Hello? Yeah, it's the healing sauna from Earthbound and Mother 3. Look at this fucking idiot. Alright, well. Fucking dumbass. Oh man, having full health is gonna be a dream again. After Chrono Trigger, you should do Mother 1. I've got a few ideas. Mother 1 is one of them. I think I might do something else before it because it's been on my mind. I don't know that I ever mentioned on stream what my RPG plans were. I don't think I did. Since it's late night and there aren't many people here. After I did Chrono Trigger, I wanted to play through Anachronox. And then after that, yeah, it was like Mother 1 or whatever else we could think of that we needed to do. Yeah, I wanted to play Anachronox because of... What the fuck is that? Do you watch Barley's YouTube videos, Rick? Do you keep up on Barley's YouTube? I try? Okay, well that means you're behind then. This video's from like 2 months ago now, right? Barley did you should watch Barley's Anachronox video. It's so fucking good. You want me to fucking pull it up on stream and we'll watch it? Alright? You watch the Anachronox video, Rick? That's when I watched was Doom Wads. Yeah, Anachronox was right after the first Doom Wads video. He's releasing videos like crazy, dude. He's nuts. He's a madman. Yeah, it was right after it. Thanks for the shout out, by the way. I love these Half-Life games. It's probably my favorite is Opposing Force. I've never played Opposing Force or Blue Shift, and I think I'm gonna tackle them on stream. Because I had a lot of fun streaming this. Thanks for the fucking host earlier, dude. I appreciate it. I like meeting new peeps, especially ones that have like same taste in games as me. So hell yeah. Hello? What just happened to this man? Beautiful. Sounds like an anime. Opposing Force? It's called Half-Life Opposing Force. Does it sound less anime to you? Oh god. No. There's some weird fucking sounds at the end of this game. Oh, Anachronox sounds like an anime? It is not an anime, Rick. How dare you? Do you think I'd be interested in it? If it was an anime? Sick! Alright. We're almost fucking done with this. This chapter's really annoying, actually. Oh my god, I should have saved! Purce, do you not like anime? Not very much, no. I just have a few that I like, but I'm not a very big anime person. You're thinking of Aristocrat? What the fuck? That's not an anime! You must not have ever heard me talk about it. There's a few that I like, but for the most part, not huge on anime. I like Gurren Lagann, Neon Genesis, Evangelion. I like all the Miyazaki films. Like a lot. My Neighbor Totoro and such. What else do I like, Rick? What other anime do I like? Sailor Moon. Faster, Purce, fast. I'm trying, dude. Neon Genesis is really good. Listen, if I say an anime's good and I don't like anime, you best believe it's pretty damn good. Corey in the house? Yeah, that's a good one. One of the best. Alright. Long jump. Go through. I'm speedrunning this like fucking crazy. Ah, shit. No. Oh god, it's this thing. Please, get me on it. Duh. This is actually the right way. I'm somehow... Oh my god, dude. Please keep healing me. It's too slow. Oh my god. Okay. We got kind of lucky on this, so... Fuck. I really need that heal, but we might go without it. I don't know. It's this fucker. These flying motherfuckers, dude, it takes so long to reload the crossbow. There we go. Alright. I've been wanting to watch Kiki's Delivery Service. That's another very good one. The only movie I've seen by them is Totoro. I remember watching it on one of those virus and you should watch Spirited Away next, Rick. It's really long, but... Oh yeah, it's terrible. Yeah, Miyazaki kicks ass. I love his fucking movies. Howl's Moving Castle? Hell yeah. I have a collection of like all of them on DVD and they're all so fucking good. Highly recommend all those, Rick. Just look up Miyazaki films. Miyazaki animes. I recommend all of them, honestly. But if you want to ask me which ones are like essential, I'll tell you like, well, you said you've already seen Totoro. Spirited Away is really, really, really good. All right, we're gonna have to clear out some of these. I don't think we can rush this. Okay. There's only so much rushing we can do. Okay. Totoro is really good. I mean, if you liked Totoro, then you're gonna like the rest of them, I think. But... holy shit. We're almost fucking there. It's that right there. That's what we need to get to. Thankfully, these flying guys are kind of stupid sometimes. Sometimes, keyword. Yeah, I just don't want to get zapped by one of those guys. The flying guys we can deal with. These guys we do not want to get shot by. This takes like 30 health. Do we have any more of this? No. I mean, this definitely doesn't feel good to be hit by this shit, but... Fuck you! Of course it was you, you motherfucker. See, you can't get hit by these guys. If they stand still, it's fine. You've been using the Plex for it? Anthony should have most of those on there, I would think. If he doesn't, I'm gonna fight him. Anthony's got so much random bullshit on the Plex just because it's funny. But then, like, there's some movies that are, like, necessary to have, and he just doesn't have it. I'm pretty sure he has Kill Bill 1, but not Kill Bill 2. Yeah, oh my god, yeah, you said it at the exact second that I did. And I'm like, what are you... Why? You don't just watch Kill Bill 1. You have to watch both of them. Yeah, I just realized that the other day, Rick, and I was like, Anthony, what the fuck are you doing? Alright. 100 health, we gotta somehow pull this off. You've seen one, but... Bruh. I mean, I don't know. I guess just with the way that I watched Kill Bill, I knew that Tarantino was like, oh yeah, I wanted this to be one movie, but it would be a fucking 5.5-hour movie. So, I don't know. I just consider it one movie. I remember voting on good in this part of the game. I mean, they are good, yeah. Oh, you remember them being, like, not hostile. Are you thinking of 2, maybe? Because, yeah, they're fucking bad this whole game. You might be thinking of 2. Yeah, because they're fucking dicks in this game. Oh, okay. You only found the first one. Yeah, we'll see. That's different, Rick. I just... It upsets me how many people I've talked to that are like, oh, yeah, I've only seen the first. I'm like, why is this such a common thing? Please, give me one more heal. Oh, thank Christ. Okay, we're almost done, boys. It did take us an extra 45 minutes. But that's okay. I've been using this time out to finally watch movies I've always wanted to see. It's a good thing to do. I've got a lot of movies to watch still. I need to ask Tormy some good ones. Tormy's movie opinion is very good. Dude, yeah, you watched Wayne's World for the first time, didn't you say that? Dude, Wayne's World is amazing. The Naked Gun... Dude, hell yeah. You cannot complain about that. Naked Gun's fucking awesome. Okay. Are these even hitting? They are, okay. I just need to get rid of some of these guys. They're fucking annoying. Alright, I might not be hitting these shots. Okay, that one I hit. Come on, bring it back down. What, Wayne's World? No? No, I think Wayne's World is just a movie. Guess I could be wrong in that, but I've never heard of it. Oh yeah, Wayne's World is fantastic. Lots of very quotable things in that movie. Alright, here we fucking go. Monka S, dude. Yeah, Bill and Ted is fantastic. Final boss time. I have rockets, that's good. Nihilith. Here he is! He's one of the funniest looking final bosses in a video game ever. The king of the aliens, Rick. Is that gonna hurt? Alright. It's a big giant alien baby. Brainstorming, yeah. Okay. I need a save as soon as this comes in. Yeah, you're like low gravity in here. It's crazy. You just need to destroy his little fucking crystals. Fuck your little crystals, you big baby. Alright. Can you... Alright, never mind. Asking myself questions. No! You fucking cock-blocked me. Stop! He's mad, dude. He doesn't want me touching his crystals. His J.O. crystals. Oh, shit! Ah, I fell all the way to the bottom. I think I just saved. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely, Tommy. I would love to. Alright, can I fucking strafe this? Sorry, I'm constantly trying to do some wild shit. There we go. Yeah, I need something to watch. I'm so fucking addicted to YouTube. I just don't watch any shows. I have just way too many YouTube channels that I watch. It's annoying though, because I definitely want to watch more TV. Oh my god. A Lek lover, dude, what is up?
Have a mushroom on me.
Have a mushroom on me. Yeah, this is a typical mushroom trip. A Lek lover, thank you for fucking 4 months of sub, dude. Welcome in. Nice to see you, homie. I appreciate it, dog. I have been going very long. I was like, you know what? We're not giving up until we beat this bad boy, so shit, this is hurting me. Oh my god, please pick these up. I honestly don't remember how the fuck you get out of this. Pull out the magnum. I might just have to kill everything. I'm gonna imagine playing this. I've been ripping through TV shows. Oh yeah. How do I... Oh, I have to get on one of these, don't I? Come on, dude! There's one. Please! Wait. Oh, you're stuck? I was wondering where that sound was coming from. Alright. There we go. You take me up. Wow, I do not remember this. Oh, okay, yeah, there we go. That's a bit faster. Gordon Freeman's got a heavy ass, yeah, dude. Okay, wait. We need to go over here. There we go. Big brain. No. Well. Give me the rockets, please. No. Alright, what we need to do is this shit right here. We're in sync tonight? Wait, why? No. Oh my god, I don't remember ever doing this. What is happening? Yeah, we've said, I've noticed that we have said a few things that are pretty on sync tonight, Rick. Fucking hell. I got rid of all the crystals, right? I feel like I'm missing some now. Fuck, man. Try to fucking... Alright, this is gonna be tough now. That's a bad save. Oh, you just don't want to get hit by that. Okay. Because that's what's gonna warp me. No, dude! Leave me... Oh my god! That's gonna warp me, dude! Leave me alone! Alright. Shoot him in the soft spot. Dude, fuck you! This fucking dumb big brain. I don't remember him taking much damage after you broke the crystals. Oh my god. I think I need to be using the rocket launcher. You can shoot that shit with the B gun? Oh yeah, you can. Yo, what's up, Chakal? Is that the best tool to use on him? Alright, oh, you can shoot that! Oh, I see. Yo, that's crazy. I didn't know that. Maybe that's why I don't remember going to so many of those. Fuck you, baby man. I'm gonna use all my ammo. Jesus Lord. Oh, wait. You gotta... Oh, no! Wait, what the fuck? You gotta get into his fucking brain. Come on. Yeah, his dome is open. I know that's what I'm trying to get to. What the fuck is that? Stop. I keep pressing the wrong fucking buttons. There we go. Get me over to this. This is what I want. I don't remember the best weapons to use on this. I mean, I guess it would be fucking just anything I have, but... The knowledge orb! It's what makes his brain so fucking big. Like Sheen from Jimmy Neutron. Alright, this one gives you the most height. Get fucked, loser! I just had to get a really good shot on it. Whew. Hey, yo. Under 7 hours. Yeah, he fucking dead.
Gordon Freeman in the flesh. Or rather, in the hazard suit. I took the liberty of relieving you of your weapons. Most of them were government property. As for the suit, I think you've earned it. The border world, Zen, is in our control for the time being, thanks to you. Quite a nasty piece of work you managed over there. I am impressed. That's why I'm here, Mr. Freeman. I have recommended your services to my employers. And they have authorized me to offer you a job. They agree with me that you have limitless potential.
Is it really quiet? Shit, I'm sorry.
You've proved yourself a decisive man, so I don't expect...
I wonder if it's this.
If you'll have any...
Jesus Christ, that's why. It's my sound effects, because they're loud in this game.
Otherwise, well, I can offer you a battle you have no chance of winning. Rather an anticlimax after what you've just survived. Time to choose.
So he says, I'd like to use you and offer you a job for the people I work for. So it's more government shit. And he's like, basically, fucking sell your soul to the government and work for them because you're a badass. But also, fuck you, you have to work for the government and be a piece of shit. He says, if you don't accept, then you're fucking dead. You can stand here and not accept it, and the ending is like the worst ending to a game ever.
To choose.
But we'll accept.
Wisely done, Mr. Freeman. I will see you up ahead.
Looks like he's one cigarette from death. Half-Life, an 8-point font. Valve is... Hell yeah. Yo, Chakal, thanks for hanging out. Pavo, thank you for hanging out. Kitty, thank you for hanging out, dude. Rick, look. I got some good game taste, alright? Whenever it's blind, whenever I play a game blind, that's whenever you should be like, I don't know if this is gonna be good or not. Because I have to figure that out as well. Yeah, soundtrack's awesome. Jade, you're still here. I'm surprised you're not asleep, dude. I think that's like the end. And Tormy, thank you for hanging out. It's nice to have you, dude. I think the game just sits here on this song, right? Old video games used to do this. I don't know why. Hell yeah, Rick. Well, I'm excited to go through Half-Life 2 and shit now, because Half-Life 2 takes place, I mean, after the ending of this one, this game just kind of ends and you're like, what the fuck? Half-Life 2's story gets a lot crazier. Lots more government shit, and takes place after Gordon is forced to work for them and shit, you know? So many games in the 90s did this where... Hello? Okay. We just gotta quit out of it. Alright. Perfect. There was... Oh, okay, Windows. Alright, well shit, guys. We fucking did it. We beat Half-Life in one little go here. Celebratory jumping jacks? Please don't. I beg you. Shit. That was great.